You better be listening to Sleazoids or I must break you.
Look at you! Fix your face! You're dealing with the public, handling people's food. Stop! Please. Oh, you can pipe down and all standing there like an ostrich.
From visionary writer and director Francis Ford Coppola comes an event nothing can prepare you for.
Imagine today's society as a branch of civilization.
People always ask for something new. It's inevitable. At 50, well, it stops.
Have you ever dreamt of a better version of yourself? Younger, more beautiful, more perfect.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Sleazoids, the podcast where we go down the rabbit hole of 20th century genre fare from the most influential canon classics to the trashiest exploitation films we can get our hands on and invite you to tag along in helping us create a canon of sleaze. Each week is a double feature Grindhouse style where we discuss two films loosely related by subject, genre, actor, filmmaker, or franchise, and at the end of each episode along with our honorary Sleazoids, which you can become by subscribing on Patreon.
I'll have to admit, my brain is so melted from TIFF, I have no idea what we're doing next week, so just join the sleaze, and we love you for it.
Yeah. We're going pretty crazy right now. We also decide on all the official ratings and rankings for every film that we cover, and Patreon subscribers also get an honor shout-out and 2 bonus episodes every single month, which we have been doing for 6 years. I don't know, coming up on 7 years maybe. We have like 160 plus bonus episodes, as well as our bonus transmission series where we talk about new release genre films, where we have like 50 of those. So if you haven't made the jump yet, patreon.com/Sleazoids podcast. We would recommend doing that for all of those extra episodes. And speaking of which, we did have a number of people sign up this week. We had Thomas O'Connell sign up at the $10 a month tier, who's going to be joining us for the monthly virtual screening we do at the end of every given month. We try to do the last Thursday of the month. We also had Derek Pelletier sign up. We had Jacob Elzy sign up, Zach Tilma, Soong Lee, Reese Paul, Elliot Smith, Martin Garrison, Mr. Ruby, Tom Hodgen, David Jones, Sean Goralnik, Dillard's Department, Jess Feld, Dan McNinch, David Bridger, Riley McCartney, Cooper Hewitt, JKL, Angelo Leigh, who also signed up for $10 a month, Austin Simpson, who signed up at $5, Jackson Blacker, Vincent from Collateral.
Oh, hell yeah.
Let's
Welcome.
go. Happy to have you, Vincent.
Yeah, I thought you
glad you survived that finale. Christopher Breed, Chase Pudosniak, Christopher Shanks, Epcot Vaporwave, who signed up actually for an entire year of the show at the annual tier, which you get a little bit of a discounted rate per month if you do that. So thanks to Epcot Vaporwave. There's also Adam Morder also signed up for the annual tier. And then last but not least here, we had Jack and Fletch, who will sign up for $5 a month. So thanks so much to you folks. Hope you're enjoying all those bonus episodes. We appreciate the support.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That is the one plug for the week. The other plug, as always, is Apple Podcasts and Spotify. If you're listening on either one of those platforms, so we can see the stats, we can see you right now listening on both those platforms, give us a good old rating and review over there. It helps us climb the ranks and find new listeners. And then the last plug, as always, is merch. If you like the poster art that based out of Toronto horror artist Trevor Henderson did for our show, you can get that put on basically anything that you can think of. And you freaks have thought of a lot of stuff. You have gotten notebooks, you have gotten hoodies, you have gotten pillows, you have gotten coffee mugs. If you're interested in that, the link is in the description of this episode, as well as over at sleazoidspodcast.com for anyone interested. That is it for the intro. Welcome back to another week. As always, I am your host, Josh Lewis, and joining me also, as always, is my co-host,
Jamie Miller. Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome. I believe 2 weeks ago would have been the last time you folks would have heard from us over on the main feed, where we would have had special returning guest Will Sloan of the Important Cinema Club and Michael and Us podcast on to discuss the beautiful analog cartoon anarchy origins of the once promising director Tim Burton. We talked about his debut feature, Pee-wee's Big Adventure, which has just some astonishing Rube Goldberg like slapstick set piece machinery, and we paired it due to there being a sequel that just came out 2 weeks ago Beetlejuice, the original, where you got to see him really expand his aesthetic interests in all of that spooky, silly Halloween B-movie grotesquerie and comedy, and all merged into one.
Yeah, it was great. It was, I mean, it was awesome to finally check out Beetlejuice for me, because it was a
I forgot you watched that for the first time.
Yeah, it was wild, and I thought it was going to be more, you know, without the nostalgia. I didn't know if it was going to work for me as much, but I loved it. I think it's great. And again, I think I've said it a couple times, but just watching him develop in those years of like what his style is going to be is really cool to see. It's a shame what happened in the last maybe 10, 15 years or so, but
it's a shame that the industry shifted away from like in-camera analog, like all of these amazing sets and like monster effects and things that he was doing to getting a little bit, he was a filmmaker who really suffered from that conversion to digital with studio filmmaking.
Yeah, unfortunately became kind of just garish and gross to look at a lot of the time, and not in any fun way, like Beetlejuice sometimes.
Well, and we've been gone from TIFF, which we'll get into. That's what we're going to be talking about today. We haven't even had a chance to watch the second Beetlejuice yet, because I haven't even read many opinions about it. Maybe everyone is like, we're missing out. Everyone's like, the new Beetlejuice is like the first time he's done all that stuff in decades, and maybe it's his best movie, and who knows how long.
It does seem like people are reacting to it fairly positively, some more than others, but it does seem like he's back in the practical effects game, that's all I can ask for. That's all I want.
Yeah, that's what we want. But yeah, if you haven't heard that episode, that was, once again, 2 weeks ago over on the main feed. We recommend going back and checking it out. But then last week over on the Patreon feed exclusively for the patrons, we went classics mode. We decided that we were going to talk about one of our favorite actresses who we somehow, before this episode, had not talked about. We talked about Double Indemnity, which she's fantastic in, but we really love Barbara Stanwyck on this show, and we decided to do an episode dedicated to her, a double feature where we talked about two different eras of her career. We did the pre-code early 30s movie called Babyface, where she really cemented her screen presence as like a con artist seductress that would, that she would follow her for the rest of her career into some of her most famous roles and some of her noirs and stuff. And then we paired it with a movie that was more on the tail end of her career, where she was getting into these more like middle-aged, like woman sort of melodrama roles, doing some Douglas Sirk movies and stuff. We did Sam Fuller's 40 Guns from 1957, where she got to play black-clad like cowgirl dominatrix in like a gunslinging town, and beautiful black and white cinemascope photography, very erotically charged. There's weird diegetic music about how everybody loves her and wants to serve her, and it almost turns into like this like dark rom-com as well as like a weary like Fordian Western tragedy.
Yeah. It's amazing to watch her on screen. She's just such a powerful performer and incredibly confident, and it was really interesting to find out her upbringing and her life on the way to Hollywood, and like channeling that with Babyface was really incredible to see. And you could just tell she was probably channeling some real true emotions that she was feeling as she was in her struggling years.
She had a real rags to riches story. They could make a movie about it.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't, honestly. It does feel like just the almost cliche Hollywood story of rags to riches.
Then she became like a chorus girl and a dancer who became an actress, and then Babyface is her like becoming, trying to climb her ranks up and stuff. And yeah, it's cool. Yeah, so you haven't heard that episode, again, patreon.com/Sleazoids podcast. That was last week's bonus episode. But moving on to this week, we have a very, very special episode, an episode we have never done before in the way that we're going to be doing it today. We kind of alluded to it in some of the previous week's episodes for everyone who heard it, but Jamie and I got invited. We became official critics. Yeah. Official film festival approved critics. That's right. We got press badges to attend the Toronto International Film Festival, which in previous years I've been going for quite a number of years, but we decided officially this was the year we were going to try and get Jamie a badge as well, and we were going to cover it together, and we were actually going to do a podcast episode regarding all of the fall film festival films that we got to see an early preview of, including some stuff that like comes out in a couple weeks that we're excited to tell you about, and also some stuff that who knows, maybe it never gets distribution, maybe it doesn't come out for 6 months. We have no idea, which we will be upfront about. We will say we are going to be, unlike what we normally do, we're going to be trying to avoid spoilers.
Yeah, because we really don't know when you guys are going to see some of these things, and we, you want to take it in as it is, fresh and new.
Instead of like what we do on the bonus transmissions, where we typically go, well, this is in theaters, and hopefully just don't watch it until you've seen it, or maybe it's already available at home and you can rent it, or this is all stuff we don't know. So we are going to do our best to not talk spoilers, and it's going to be treated for like anyone who listens to, which I assume if you listen to this you probably do, who listens to our best of the year episode that we do. We have like an honorable mention section where sometimes we will just for 2 hours we'll just go back and forth.
Too long.
Yeah, it's a little long. It's getting a little unwieldy.
We love too many movies.
That's right. So we're going to treat this episode more like that territory, and we're going to talk about just some of our experiences at the festival, some of the amazing filmmakers who we got to see in person introducing some of their films and doing Q&As, and obviously we chose our schedule accordingly to our taste. So there is a mix of very cool filmmakers who we have a long relationship with their careers, that are maybe doing a little bit more of like a drama with a genre component, and then obviously we also did if there was a hardcore genre movie that we were like, we need to talk about this.
I tried to get as many genre films as possible. Even like we missed maybe a couple, but I will say I think we hit all of the essential ones, the ones that were really talked about, and even some. I mean, we did catch a couple more, I guess, underground, like things that people weren't really talking about, and ended up being kind of awesome. So,
but we saw at least 35 movies.
Yeah.
And some of them, and there were a couple days where we kind of parted ways and stuff like that. But while we're in the intro for this, though, I did want to hear Jamie just actually talk about his experience a little bit, because I've gone to TIFF like a number of times, and it has kind of, I've become a little desensitized to sometimes how cool the
awesome
experience is. And Jamie, when he had his badge, I was like, there were a couple days where I was like, we could just like, we could skip one and like go get food or go hang out with people. And Jamie was like so locked into being like, this badge gets me free movies.
Yeah.
Do we have a spare 2 hours? Yes, there's another one. It was literally watching movies and sleeping. It was like Clockwork Orange style. Our eyes were open. At 8 a.m., we were in line every day to see, to wake up to the sweet sounds of some, crazy action movie or some foreign drama, or, we alternate. Our days were so whiplash heavy on what we were watching. So
watching stuff like, we'll be talking about them, but, The Shadow Strays, The Substance, the stuff that's real aggressive, is just, it's wild to watch that shit at 10 a.m. when you've just woken up and you haven't even, like, I don't really drink coffee, but it's just like I had nothing. I just woke up, walked to the theater, started watching these movies, and we were watching like 4 on average a day. There was some that were more like 3, some were 5 movies, which was crazy.
The 5 movie days were tough.
Yeah,
actually.
those were pretty, and I have to say, it does something to your brain when your whole day, and for a week and a half, is just sitting there taking in just somebody's vision, basically,
and traveling the world, like being like, we're gonna watch an Iranian film, and then we're gonna watch a Japanese film, and then we're gonna watch a French film, and you have like a half-hour break to like maybe get like a coffee in between or something, like it's
get a water. Like it is wild, and it does feel. It feels like work a little bit, just because you are sitting down and taking in all of this. Your brain starts to kind of melt. But I have to say, I've loved it. I absolutely adored this week and a half. I didn't really even want it to stop, even though it was getting pretty exhausting in a sense. But
I stopped doing morning screenings for the last 2 days personally. Yeah, Jamie only did it for the last day.
There was a moment where I wanted to see Queer, and the way that it's set up is that they have these press and industry showings where you just use the badge, and unless you don't have a badge you can't really get in. But then there's the public ones, and so you can kind of take tickets when you have this badge for really any movie you want. And I was able to find a Queer showing at noon instead of 9:15 the following day. I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna take one day to sleep in. So but that turned into my Thursday being 4 or 5 movies as opposed to 3. So it is still, you got to take in a lot, and it can be a little difficult to analyze the film in a normal way when you're just going from one story to the next. And again, I feel like I'm a little bit scrambled the way I'm explaining all of this, but overall, I was in love with it, and I'm very grateful to have that. That was what I really felt the whole time. Like it was a very privileged thing to just be able to go into literally any theater I wanted and go, press, yeah, let me in, thank you. Like I'm not paying anything.
We're walking by all of the critics from like the famous the New York Times critic is there watching what they're watching, and they were like, yeah, you're letting the Sleazoids boys in.
Yeah. I have to admit, a little bit of me is like feeling like an imposter while I'm there, but I mean, I absolutely adored it. I'm very grateful that it's a thing. I hope we get to do it every year. But if we don't, this was honestly an incredible experience that I'll cherish. So
we are hoping this is going to become an annual thing that we get to do for you guys. But
and us.
And we'll get into a couple more of like some of the stories of some of the people we met and some of the people we ran into, because there was I was going to say who I really horribly apologize for not even remembering their name, but we actually had a patron who came from Detroit who went to our opening night screening that we went to. It was Mike from Michigan. There he is. So shout out to Mike. He came up to us at Midnight Dankness, was like, you guys are Josh and Jamie. I drove here to come and see the opening night unofficial start to TIFF, which has become a thing called Midnight Dankness, because Midnight Dark, or am I even blanking on, is it Midnight Darkness?
I thought it was Midnight Dankness, wasn't it?
Well, the normal one during the festival.
Midnight Madness.
Midnight Madness. Yeah. I was blanking. Sorry to Peter Koplowski, who's come on our show and we're friends with him. He does amazing things. For some reason, Dankness stuck more in my head than the actual name.
That night had that.
But yes, Midnight Madness is the midnight portion of the festival where the screenings are played every night at midnight. They typically are like pretty hardcore genre movies. Sometimes they're, they'll put like a comedy or they'll put something else in there. But Peter, before TIFF, has started a Midnight Dankness event where he just plays something unofficially outside of the festival that was like something maybe he could have wished it could have been put into the festival, and it's become kind of the unofficial start to TIFF for me every year. And this year that was how we started our fest, and we got to meet both Matt Farley and Connor O'Malley, two comedians we just like adore and see premieres of their new movies, because Connor O'Malley was there with his movie Rap World, which was fantastic. For anyone who is a fan of the Canadian movie Fubar, it was essentially that, but they are making a rap album, and it had that specific kind of like grotesque lo-fi, like early aughts, like anyone who was in high school between like 2007 to like 2010 maybe, there's so much of that, like I was having like both nostalgic and traumatic memories coming out of that period, and the male friendship of them going to like McDonald's at 2 a.m. and going to these like just scummy house parties, and then getting so high that they go, we're gonna watch Tropic Thunder at like 2 a.m. while we're playing our fucking Game Boy SP and stuff like that.
And the movie is essentially about how it's like, they want to be performers, they want to be rappers, but the whole movie is about them just distracting themselves so they don't have to actually record. And it's unbelievably true to a certain section of musicians that I've worked with and stuff, where it is more like about just the fact that you can say I'm a musician or a rapper rather than doing the craft. And it's so funny to watch them just make excuse after excuse, and the film not become a part of it's not about the making of the album. It's about like all of their personal issues that they're having to distract themselves from making the album. And it's really funny. And it did remind me of, growing up a little bit. Luckily we were never this stupid, but
there's the introduction of a gun that I was like, that's very American.
Yeah, that didn't happen with us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I remember when we were teenagers, me and my brother, we would make raps all the time, and like I have some of them on my computer, and they're so bad, and they're so fun to listen to, and so it really brought me back, and I thought it was consistently hilarious. So Connor O'Malley, shout out.
Yeah, I love his like unhinged manic like style of like just like very truthful portrait of a certain kind of like American mindset.
And he did it. What I love too, when he did an intro and he talked to the audience a little bit, did a little bit of a Q&A and everything, and he honestly has that personality where it feels like he has something he just needs to yell out, and he does it. And he's usually taking on a character that you'd probably disagree with politically and his worldview, but he's doing it in such an obvious, funny, over the top, sarcastic way that I loved it. Like at one point he was just like, and let's hear it for the truckers or whatever, and obviously that's controversial, and like we know just kind of his comedy style, so I thought it was hilarious, and he was great.
It's exactly something one of his characters would say.
Exactly.
Like he kind of lives his performance art a little bit, which if you watched his recent stand-up comedy special, you would also see that like he's so good at a specific type of just like, you know, the American psyche is something that he thinks about a lot, but is not above like doing like lowbrow screaming comedy at the same time. And it's a really good mix, and Rap World was a great example of that, so we hope people get to see that at some point. But it was also really fun to watch Rap World, and we were like a couple seats away from the Massachusetts backyard filmmaker Matt Farley, who our friend of the pod, Will Sloan, has been a huge supporter of for many, many years at this point, and helped, you know, like contributed to a book on him, and contributed to, you know, it's funny, we just had Will Sloan on, so we already gave him a shout out on this episode, but you know, he kind of helped organize, I think, him and Peter got Matt Farley to have like what I think he said was like the biggest audience he's ever had like a movie premiere in front of, because he was like, normally I make a movie and I make it with my friends and like 20 people show up and like 10 of them were in the movie, and like and so he had like pretty much a sold out Toronto screening venue here for the premiere of Local Legends Bloodbath, which was his sequel to maybe his best movie, Local Legends, which is a semi tongue-in-cheek autobiographical film about, you know, just the fact that he is a novelty songwriter who does songs about poop and people's birthdays and people's names and tricks the algorithm into making money, and he does tens of thousands of songs in order to make like $2 a year on each song. And if you have 20,000 songs, there you go, all of a sudden you're making a salary of $40,000 a year, right? And so like that's what the movie's partially about, but then it's also about his backyard filmmaking and the fact that, you know, a little bit of, you know, it's a very like inspiring like art versus commerce, small town community comedy scene. And so it's very funny that if you watch Local Legends, which is like such a great introduction to his work, especially I can't recommend it if you haven't seen one of his movies.
It's probably the one you want to watch,
because it also tells you his story as well, and even though it's but done in his style, so you're getting both things at once. You're finding out like who this guy is, but in this comedically exaggerated way of his actual sense of humor, which is fantastic. And then Local Legends Bloodbath, which we got to see the world premiere of, was him doing the, you know, the Matt Farley diss track. The Matt Farley actually sucks. Maybe my last movie was like a pretty narcissistic endeavor, and he brings back all the characters and just kind of dumps on himself for the entire movie in a really absurdist fashion.
And he did talk about it. It was very funny when he went up, because he was just like, so a lot of what you saw in Local Legends, I'm not gonna lie to you, it was kind of fantasy in a sense. Girls were not calling me, like all this stuff. He was making jokes, and then he's like, Bloodbath is my moment to kind of reconcile with my ego in the
deconstruct the Matt Farley mythology, which is very funny that he's at that point in his career as a backyard filmmaker, because he's been doing it for like 20 years or maybe longer, right? Since like the 90s.
It's cool that he's doing it, and I just think
he was so down to earth and his cute, and we went up and shook his hand and we're like, dude, you rock.
I loved it. It was very cool too, just to hear him like howling at all Conor O'Malley's stuff in the background, because he was only like
Meeting
a few
of the
seats
minds
behind us. It was really cool. And yeah, it was just awesome for him to recognize what he made was great, but he also had, it's like that young artist where you do think that you're kind of the shit, and you like there is an ego involved and everything like that. So he's just challenging that and taking himself down very many pegs, and it's awesome. Like and it turns into this horror genre thing where he just starts. And I mean, it's in the title. I don't think this is much of a spoiler. He's basically like slaughtering the entire town at a certain point
in like really goofy, like deliberately
cheap ways.
unconvincing ways, which he said was like fun. He basically got up and mentioned, he was just like, yeah, like we didn't do any blood, and like on one hand also like I'm just scared to like these are my friends, like I don't actually want to like do any like dangerous stunt stuff I can't do. But he was also like, so I was part of it. The other part of it was that it was just really funny if like he goes to stab someone and it like just doesn't look realistic. It's like part of the joke, you know,
exactly.
is that it's like just like the worst slasher.
And I absolutely loved it. And what was fun too is that because, you know, it's like everybody dies or whatever, we're like, so are we ever gonna get a Local Legends 3? He's like, well, that's the beauty of this one. It's like it just doesn't count. Like this was the horror sequel where, you know, they say it's the final chapter, but it's not, you know. So I loved that he had commentary on that a little bit too. So he was fantastic, and I'm a huge Farley head now. And I also want to, because Connor O'Malley also did a short right before he did Rap World called Corey's, and this is available on YouTube. You can just go watch it. I actually ended up watching it before. I didn't know it was going to be at the premiere, but it's just this 10-minute video or short film of him playing his character Corey, in which he all of a sudden is like doom scrolling TikTok and sees this other version of him that's like doing cocaine and having sex with multiple women and just like, you know, I don't live in space and time, and he's the best version, quote unquote, of Corey, and he's like, why do I have a wife and kids and this guy's stealing my identity?
And I'm having an existential crisis in Target. Meanwhile, there's like an influencer, like Andrew Tate version of me out there. Just like
exactly. And so he's like jealous of it. And then there's this amazing fusion that happens between the two of them, and I'll leave it at that. But it is,
if you like
incredible.
Tetsuo the Iron Man, I think you might get a little bit out of it goes in like a weird body horror almost kind of direction with it, and the way that he comes out with prosthetics on and stuff like that.
It kind of the prosthetic looks like the evil guy in The Mask with Jim Carrey. That's what it looks like. It's fantastic. But so big shout out to both of those guys. Incredible first night.
Yeah, so we just wanted to be upfront and be like, you know, like that was our unofficial start to TIFF, and then we got into like the actual festival where we were doing 4 and 5 movies a day. And as we're getting into this section, I think what we're going to do is Jamie and I are going to we're going to jump around a bit. We're going to go back and forth. We're going to just naturally go where we kind of remind each other of certain things that we saw. There were some like connective tissue between some movies. It is fun sometimes to see just like the zeitgeist line up sometimes between filmmakers, like certain, you know, like there's a lot of stuff about like environmental destruction and anxiety that came out this year. There's obviously some that had different variations on similar genres or like thriller components or cop movies, or we did like a heist movie at one point too. So we're going to jump around a bit and not go through like day by day every single thing. But do you have any particular place you want to start, Jamie? This is your first TIFF, so we're going to let you go. What's one that made an impression?
Well, then I'll start with something I think a little stronger. The Executioner, I thought was amazing. Honestly, it was a day one. We got to see it in the I think it was the AVX. So the sound was just insane.
Which for Americans, that's like your equivalent of like a Dolby theater. It's like really, really high quality sound, laser projection. There were a couple screenings actually I was really stoked we got to see on like that screen. And for sure. That one in particular, it's a loud fucking movie. It's
loud. There's a ton of different location work with the martial arts. It's taking on a bunch of different genres. It's kind of a whiplash effect. It is a martial arts film, and it's also, though, a cop procedural. It becomes like a saw trap horror movie at a certain point.
So the thing to note, I think, about it is that it is a sequel to another film, which I'm for some reason kind of blanking on the title of right now.
The Veteran, I think, or
Veteran.
Like that.
Yeah, that might have been it. But it's basically it's a sequel to one of the bigger like crowd pleasing box office hits in South Korean history, and it was kind of like a buddy cop movie, and it was like with a little bit of like a martial arts sort of revenge element, where basically this cop played by, I'm going to look up his name here again, Hwang Jung-min, is, you know, he's not quite like a goofy, like he's not quite like Axel Foley or anything like that, but he is like a bit of like a silly middle-aged dad cop who can fight. And in the first movie, the tone is very, you know, he's taking down like a psychopathic rich kid, but it's done with like a little bit of like a, you know, like pulling at a conspiracy thread and realizing that like a big conspiracy is going to be taken down by like kind of like a cop you wouldn't have expected to have been like that committed to the gig. And this sequel The thing I was kind of shocked about, because I think Jamie didn't watch Veteran before, because we just ran out of time. We were trying to watch so much TIFF research, and I watched it, and you don't actually even. It's not like it's not that like much of a direct connection, but it is interesting to see what deliberately it's doing different in terms of tone, because it was such a darker, more gruesome, like vigilante movie where there's like this UFC trained like serial killer going around town, like basically getting almost like Dirty Harry style fantasies out. Like if there's criminals who have committed a crime, then he's killing them in the fashion that they got away with a crime that they committed.
Which is why I mentioned Saw as well, because it has that element to it.
Like he's punishing them, and and then you get introduced to like a young kid who, I will say, it's like one of the more obvious twists I think we watched in the entire thing, where you're like, this kid seems a little intense, and he's taken him in under his wing. I wonder if he has any connection to the actual mystery that's at play, which he obviously does. But I think we both agreed that it was really what stood out was just how energetically directed it was by the filmmaker Ryu Seung-wan.
Yeah, there are a couple moments that I would shout out in particular that, and I won't spoil anything, of course, but there's like one where they have a rooftop martial arts scene and it's raining, and so they kind of there's just a layer of water throughout the entire rooftop, so they're doing like baseball slides where the water is splashing up in front of their faces, and just
while doing drop kicks or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
It's so over stylized in every single scene, and I will say there is kind of a whiplash effect of genre. Like it goes from comedy to action to crime to horror to like it's just all over the place. But I did feel like for being all over the place, he has a very good sense of control of that. Like I didn't think anything was so silly or out of place that it didn't belong in the film. I would be curious to see Veteran just to see if it has similar tonal whiplash. But I thought it was very well controlled. And there's this another great sequence is a chase sequence that turns into a particularly violent falling on stairs, and it's one of the most.
It's almost like a silent era gag that gets like just turns into like a horror body destruction.
Yeah.
That one was definitely a lot of fun and very fluid and kinetically made in a way that was very. It was good. It was a good start to the morning, because I think the other one we did right before it was the new Paul Schrader, which was for me still like I think actually one of the strongest things that we ended up seeing. Obviously, we are huge Schrader heads on the show. We've been covering on the bonus transmission. We've been covering First Reformers right before the show started, but we talked about Card Counter. We've talked about Master Gardener. We've covered Paul Schrader obviously on the main fucking show like a bunch of times, and people were really excited about this one because he was mentioning. I actually think he did an interview where he talked about how. He's been in a very kind of like sparse, economical guy. It's like the men in their rooms, in their lonely rooms kind of like trilogy or whatever. So this one is a little bit of a switch up. There's less of a genre component. There's not like a guy who, is in the military going to hunt down a crime procedural or something. Even Master Gardener, which toned it down. It was like still a guy who was involved in a crime movie and ends up beating the crap out of some people and whatnot. In this case, this was him being like, I am doing a straight up genre or a straight up drama. He's adapting once again the author Russell Banks, who he previously adapted with the movie Affliction, which is really dark and very brutal movie. This one has more of his sad late style thing that he's been doing, but also incorporating a little bit of like that Mishima like format switching, and that was what I was really excited about when I first heard about the movie, which was that, and also that he was reuniting with Richard Gere,
who's amazing,
who's really fantastic.
He's
in the movie.
Giving such a vulnerable performance. It's like they have these close-ups where he's like spitting and like there's snot coming out of his nose, and like it's just he's playing a character that's at the end of his life, and he wants to kind of demythologize what people think of him, and it specifically too, it seems, because of who's around him in this interview, his family as well, which is where it becomes really harrowing, especially for Uma Thurman's character, who's like learning about these things he's saying for the first time, and you also don't know necessarily what is true and what it isn't. You're kind of getting the subjective memory of an old man that's on his deathbed.
That's the Mishima component, right?
Yeah.
Where it does feel like a little bit like, is some of this fantasy? Is some of this like half truth? Is some of this memory?
Yeah.
Like,
does he want to just destroy his character for some like, maybe he doesn't like himself as much too, so he doesn't want these people to think he's such a highly regarded person.
That's really it. It's an end of life, like guilt-ridden movie where Paul Schrader definitely has gear, like playing, I don't know, he's playing a filmmaker, and he's playing a filmmaker who knows that, you know, he's sick and he's not going to be around much longer. And in the case of this particular story, he's a like famous American who fled to Canada during the Vietnam War and is considered a very heroic draft dodger who became a, you know, kind of left-leaning, politically conscious documentary filmmaker and made all these films about these subjects. And so the young people are his like former students who at the end of his life are trying to get make a movie about him and are trying to, revere him essentially as like just this incredible political figure. And I think Jamie's spot on that, like the actual idea of the movie is that he doesn't agree with them. Yeah. As he's gotten to the end of his life and he goes, everything that you think makes me like a very strong, like that you attribute to my political beliefs and how strong of a person I am and how great of a person I am were actually all decisions I made because I was a horny, fucked up kid who abandoned and destroyed lives when I was fleeing from America, which you get in a series of flashbacks that are, again, half memory, half fantasy, half is he just projecting because of his guilty feelings. And you get a Jacob Elordi playing a young Richard Gere, which I will say, he's swagged out. He plays, there's very few people I think who could play young Gere and that kind of charisma that he had. And obviously that striking handsomeness that he had. And Elordi does actually do it well in both versions of the flashback. Some of them are black and white. Some of them are going, you know, more to up into like the 70s and the 80s when he actually fled to Canada. But yeah.
He also, the two more interesting things is that he also has Gere play in the past, like when it's supposed to be Elordi, you'll actually see Gere interacting with the 25-year-old girl, and that causes some weird things too, where like you start to think of like, is this fantasy? If he's putting himself in the actual scene, is it more of him,
his
like,
older
playing
body
something out?
in his memory of like his younger wife and stuff like that?
Yeah, and I also love that the documentarian film crew is students of his, so it's like everything we're doing.
One played by Michael Imperioli, by the way, who's great.
Yeah, he's fantastic, and it's like everything that we're doing is you taught us to do, and now it's like we're getting
all these
screamed at
techniques
for not. For doing them,
yeah,
you know?
and the camera work on the documentary aspect of it, where they have it like he's talking to like a screen of his wife, but then the cameras are like straight up in his face, and the way that he uses narration, and the way that and how just uncomfortable of like an end of life experience he's getting into. Like, I mean, obviously Paul Schrader is someone who we know is quite sick, and he's making these movies to actually afford him and his wife living in the kind of like retirement care home that they live in. And there's something just so crazy about having Richard Gere deliver those lines about like, you know, maybe she can smell like the death on me, or like the fecal matter that I can't be wiped because I can't take care of my own body anymore. And, you know, it's a really, really sad, guilt-ridden, like I'm going to die any day kind of movie. Yeah, and
it can't recommend it enough. The next one I had was The Seed of the Sacred Fig. Which
we also did on the same day. We're kind of just doing day one right now.
Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna get so scrambled if I don't do it in order now. But yeah, this is essentially about it. I think it was in 2022, was it, when it was the prominent thing, where it was in Iran, I believe, and there was kind of a woman revolution, saying no to the general societal standards that they had to abide by for so long.
There was a woman who was taken into police custody due to not wearing her hijab or something, and then I think she was killed in police custody, and so it sparked a ton of riots and a huge conversation about women's liberation in Iran.
And so how they deal with it in this movie is they make it about more of like it's almost like a family melodrama, but then as the film progresses, it becomes more tense, and it almost becomes this like a thriller, very subtle in a sense, but it's basically about the dynamics of the relationship. The mother, who obviously loves her husband and loves her daughters, has to wrestle with the fact that her daughters are recognizing that this is not a good way to live, and it's oppressive, and the father is part of the regime and actually one of the what a lot of people in the public say is one of the executioners of the regime. Now, they don't necessarily know to the extent of what he does because he keeps it very locked in. He doesn't talk about it.
Yeah. And the filmmaking gets really into like the repression of the family. Like they don't want the father to talk about it. Yeah. And they also go, you can't tell anyone like who your father is, because people would obviously try and be like, you know, he's an executor of the state. Yeah. So, you know, all of a sudden, you know, who knows, maybe they'll try and target us. Maybe they'll attack us. Maybe they'll dox us, like this kind of stuff. Like this is a concern they have.
What's really interesting is that they use, the girls are constantly shown using their phones, and that is how they're getting all the information about the revolution.
The generational distinction between the parents who watch cable news and get all their information from whatever, maybe like a state propaganda, versus the young kids who go to their phones and are watching police protests, which when in the movie we weren't 100% sure, but it looked just like real graphic footage of on the ground riots. But it's like you see some pretty graphic stuff.
Yes, they don't stray away from that.
So warning for anyone who's, you know.
Yeah, they really want you to look at it and say like, look at what's happening. But yeah, it does turn into a little bit of a strange final act that Josh described as thriller Scooby-Doo.
Very reductively, but yes.
But yeah, it is good. I do think it's good. There's some, you know, still some questions I have, I guess, about the third act a little bit, but it is, I think, a fantastic film, and everyone should check it out.
Yeah, no, there's a really cool element to it where like it really is interrogating the fact that, you know, they have a position of sort of class comfort due to the father's work, keeping them from a literal sort of compositional distance from the chaos outside. And the family does start to reckon with that. They start to hear the noises come in. They start to watch these clips that they're seeing. And they, you know, the daughters are very like, I don't understand why women are being like, why is our father like brutally, dehumanizingly interrogating women for just being like a college kid who decided to be like, fuck the government. Like that's what you do in college, right? Yeah. So, you know, like and that tension, it starts in that kind of small register that I'm sure most people are probably familiar with, just even going home for a family dinner, and you're like, there's a different political views going around. And what's so interesting about the film is that the contradiction just slowly becomes, it gradually, as they get more alienated from the father, and you get these strikingly, you know, sort of executed sequences, like a close-up of the daughter's college friend having like a buckshot in her eye, or a crazy oneer where the father, due for his own safety, has to have a gun. And around the midway point of the movie, his gun just like goes missing. He's like, did my wife take it? Did my daughters take it? Did I misplace it? Like, I'm actually going to lose my job for missing this gun. And that really kind of triggers the thriller component of it, which, I will say by the very end, it gets a little, the family straight up doing like guerrilla Home Alone,
like The Shining.
Like the dad's kind of like really trying to hunt them down and stuff like that. And the family guerrilla warfare finale with the cat and mouse bunker aspect of it got a little. It's very the change is very quick and very different than what the rest of the movie was, but overall very engrossing in terms of turning very specifically well-made family drama that's claustrophobically stuck in their house and making it very like a very angry social protest kind of movie where it is really, you know, the director is now facing an 8-year prison sentence at home for making this movie.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, he had to like smuggle this film like out of the country, I think.
Holy shit. Badass.
Yeah. So this Seed of the Sacred Fig, if you're interested in that, very, very, very cool. Moving on to, I don't know what I would connect with that one. I was trying to think of like, you know what? Maybe if we want to stay in the political realm, interesting. I want to move to a different day. I want to talk about one actually that we had no intention of watching. And we ended up not being able to pull a public ticket to something. I think just for the comedy of it, and because there's a little bit of an ongoing gag, I think, in our Discord, we tried to go and see the Ron Howard movie, The Eden, and we didn't get into it. And we were like, okay, well, I guess we'll go see something else. And so as a result, we watched this movie called Men of War, which was a documentary, I think, executive produced by Adam McKay. So you'll probably know what political stance it has just based on that. And if you listen to enough, like sort of like maybe like leftist leaning or like comedy podcasts or something like that, there's probably not too much information in this movie you might not have already heard. But it's a documentary about that guy, Jordan Goudreau, who I didn't know was Canadian, although they
One of us,
they make a point of saying that he was like from Mississauga and he moved to the United States because he had a very hoorah sort of like military, and he wasn't getting enough of that in the Canadian military, so he went to the U.S. specifically to be like, I want to live in I want to be like one of the guys in Zero Dark 30.
Well, that's my favorite part of it, is that he is constantly referencing films. So for us, it was really fun to. He's naming off Rambo and
Apocalypse Now.
Yeah, Apocalypse Now.
Platoon.
Yeah, Platoon.
And he's just like, I want to like live in one of these movies, man. Like
the best part is when he says Starship Troopers, and you're like, bro, that's a satire. What are you like? What is going on here?
But that's the mindset you need to have to do what he does,
right? And it's so funny because all the movies he names too, like even if they're not technically satires or whatever, are all anti-war and anti just violence and everything like that. And it's so fascinating that he uses all those movies to justify becoming a soldier. It's like he just didn't, he wasn't reading the films correctly, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. But it's just to watch him also though become pretty much anti-war in a sense, or maybe not anti-war, but he's anti-country. Like he at a certain point,
he's betrayed by the U.S. government.
Yes.
in his mind. For anyone who doesn't like know the details of that, it literally was like he decided to do a one-man special ops like Bay of Pigs invasion into Venezuela.
Yeah, and it failed miserably.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous story. You can find all kinds of articles about it because he's just like a crazy Florida dude. He's like an Oakley military bro, private contractor, and he was like, I'm personally going to take down Nicolas Maduro. And so that's part of like, I don't know exactly how incredible of a documentary it was. It's very slick, very talking head. You've seen this a million times before, but sometimes
it's a little manipulative.
It is.
Well.
Oh, very.
Yeah, it's trying to make a joke of this whole thing. So I don't feel bad for the guy because he's a clear idiot, and what he tried to do was insane. But the film is obviously edited in a way where they'll cut to him and he says a line, and it's built to make him look like a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
More so than he probably even did in the context of what he's talking about.
Yeah.
So that is there. It's laughing at him the entire time. And then it does a weird shift at the end, which I get what they're doing, and I agree in a sense, but it's they're basically like he might have had PTSD, and
they bring up that he might have
damage.
suffered brain damage. And
so this could also be why he's doing it.
They were like this kind of
making fun of this guy too. So it's weird.
They kind of bring up that like this psychology doesn't exist in a vacuum. That there is like an American culture that brought this out of him that he kind of walks you through. But at the same time, it was like he decided to fucking do a crazy government overthrow, and he thought that he was like meeting in Dunkin' Donuts and like Instagram DMing like people in the Trump administration who were like sanctioning it and making like $1 million contract deals to pull it off. It's a ridiculously detailed story, and it's one of those things where a documentary is sometimes as good as the crazy character they get to sit down and interview.
Because the moment he's on screen, you're like, I
he's
can't
electric.
wait to find out about this guy. It's crazy. He's very entertaining. He says outlandish shit. At one point, he says, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he basically goes, if anyone knows me, if I say I'm going to take over a fucking country, I'm going to do it. Like he's wild. So it's entertaining, but it is a little manipulative. But yeah, I had a good time. For me, I wanted to mention The Quiet Ones, which was this heist film. I'm just looking up briefly what the country was again. It's a Danish heist movie, and it's based around a true story. I guess in 2008, a group of men from Denmark and across Europe pulled the biggest heist of all time in Denmark. And it's basically it turns out to be kind of a procedural, really, of just them getting together, making the plan, doing the heist. And there's one particular moment that I really wanted to highlight where they're doing a car chase and they're throwing like nail bombs out the window, but the filmmaker decides to only lock the camera into the car, and so you really just get the tension of the guys trying to escape, and that he's using like all of this cool lighting that's coming in from, making the effect that the headlights are passing them really quickly, and they're going like 120 miles an hour and whatever, and just you see these things being thrown out the window, these nail bombs, and the camera will kind of turn to the back windshield, and you'll see a car like spin out, but then it'll go back to the driver who's yelling at the other guy to do what he needs to do. It's very tension filled. It could have used a little more of that. I think it does kind of draw itself out, in my opinion, a little much, but it is strange. I didn't think it was going to be as dark as it was, and
no, it's definitely one of the more like intense crime films than
Yes.
like a fun heist film, because there's kind of like that's kind of like the two kind of heist films I feel like exist. And this one was also a sophomore feature, so like pretty impressive for like a guy's only second feature film that he had ever made. There is a nice like safety good time like knockoff score. There is like some really nice like dark and moody and a little bit of like neon and wet like kind of cinematography that they're doing, and the control of tone and atmosphere is just quite solid. And yeah, if you like procedural stuff, this was kind of one of the main ones of the festival, I think, that you should check out, because similarly to when we talked about Le True, that prison movie, where it was like part of it was written with the help of like the guy who actually participated in it. It was the same thing with this, and it was actually kind of cool to have the director come out and bring out one of the guys who was there. And have him be like, yeah, sorry, I can't tell you where the rest of the money is buried or like where the rest of the guys are, because a lot of them actually never like escaped the justice system, basically. And so yeah, it was cool. So like if you're interested in like the just procedural detail of how these guys pulled it off, and like the macho hard-boiled dialogue of like a heist movie, it's a little bit maybe like generic in terms of like personality and like character, and like something you want
a real lack of character in a sense. I felt totally it does feel like you're just watching the procedural of it rather than getting to know any character and any real arc or development. I mean, I guess you could argue the leading actor, his character has probably the most, just because it's hyper focused on his perspective. His name is Gustav Geese, I guess.
He looks like a lost Skarsgård brother.
Yes, yeah. Dude is cut in this movie. It's wild. But yeah, it mostly focuses on his perspective, so you don't really get to know a lot of the other people that he worked with, but you understand the process of it.
Yeah, jumping off of that, actually, a movie that's kind of in a similar department where it's a little bit of like a sort of like crime procedural mode. I think one of our favorites that we watched, to be honest, was a movie called The Order.
Oh yeah,
which we were very stoked to check out. One, because the director is the Australian filmmaker Justin Kurzel, who directed the Assassin's Creed live action movie. No, he directed Macbeth with Michael Fassbender and Marianne Cotillard, which in my opinion is like just one of the most beautiful looking movies of the 2010s.
Absolutely.
And he also does like when he's not doing like a big moody Shakespearean thing like that, he really does focus on like these small Australian like crime stories. Like one of them is like the Snowtown murders that he did, which was one of his earliest films, if not his earliest. And then in 2019 I saw at TIFF True History of the Kelly Gang.
Yeah.
Which was him kind of operating somewhere in that like the assassination of Jesse James, or like what was that Australian Outback one? Mad Dog Morgan.
Yes, Mad
was
Dog.
The one that I was thinking of a little bit as well. And so this was seeing him go crime mode again, that we were very excited about it. And with The Order, he's tackling a very specific sort of like 1980s FBI neo-Nazi hunt, and you have Jude Law, who's playing this obsessive like adrenaline junkie 70s mustachioed like FBI agent, and it's basically a head-to-head. He's taking down Nicholas Hoult in the film, who is playing this like neo-Nazi who rocks like he's got like the denim cowboy look, and he's pulling off these like armored truck bank robberies that are really, really muscularly and propulsively photographed by his regular DOP, Adam Arkapaw. It's a gorgeous looking movie.
Oh, one of the best looking of the best.
Mood of it is just fantastic, and having these two go like head to head in the way that they do, and in the way that it tries to replicate a little bit of like the period aesthetic and stuff like that. And our buddy Alex brought up that Jude Law honestly kind of is in his 70s like Gene Hackman kind of era. Like he's kind of gruff looking, he's weary looking, and yeah, it's a really, really cool movie that was really beautifully shot, has great just like mood and pacing. And
the editing is stupid good. I can't like accent that enough.
And it builds to an incredible finale, which for anyone who liked the sequence in True History of Kelly Gang when he gets into like his armor and there's like fire everywhere and they're getting into like gunfights and stuff, there's something similar that he kind of tries and pulls in here. And
there's like this element of we've gone too far down the rabbit hole kind of thing. And
just the low light aspect of it and the way that he shoots, like, and when people get shot in this movie, it fucking hits and it's gruesome. There's squibs,
and he accents it too. It's barely ever just like someone gets shot and dies. He has a scene where you're seeing them die, suffer, bleed out, and oftentimes too with somebody that's somehow interacting with them, whether it be maybe satisfied about it or very saddened,
or like collateral damage when a robbery goes wrong, when like they try to pull a truck over and like one guy like pulls out a gun and tries to take them down, and they're just like, these guys are incredibly destructive, but also it's a very patient and eerie portrait of like kind of community and brotherhood, where it's like for the Nicholas Hoult character, you spend a lot of time with him actually, you know, recruiting people and being like, you know, these things are going horribly wrong in your life due to these like specific American class issues, and I'm now going to give you an answer, which is to become a fucking armed Nazi militia, which he, you know, he's doing that. And then Jude Law is so obsessively, you know, alienated from his family and alienated from various other colleagues and stuff like that. And both of these characters are so intense and so driven to achieve their goal or to do their work that they end up kind of leaving some collateral damage in the wake, which kind of becomes the subject of the movie.
Yeah. And what I love too about Jude Law's character is that they hint at a past and everything, but you'd almost think there's going to be this scene where it's like it tells you about his wife and kids and whoever he's left behind and everything, and they talk about it, but it's never a very specific scene. It's kind of like he's this ghost of a man in a way, like retackling a new case of some sort, and almost kind of being like rejuvenated in a way until it just goes too far. And it's incredible. And I won't say what he does. There's an interrogation sequence in a jail cell and Jude Law does this physical thing.
I've never seen anyone else do it.
Never seen it before. It freaked me the hell out. It made me so uncomfortable, and I just loved it. So I don't know whose decision that was, probably in the script, but Jude Law sells the hell out of it. And it's Holt looking for companionship, I think, is actually one of the big, it's strange to say that there is like a sympathetic view of him in a way, and it's not to say like the movie strays away from the responsibility of what he's doing. By no means does it do that. It's just that it's trying to also articulate
and the hateful oratory rhetoric that he has when he like gets up and actually tries to become a leader of the neo-Nazis and stuff like that.
Like there's a scene where he's basically like, did you tell them anything, when one of them gets caught, and you know, he says no and everything, and you think it's going to turn into the cliche scene of like, well, we don't trust you anyway, but it turns out it's more like I'm looking for brotherhood here, and I want to trust you because I want friendship and I want community and I want, you know, and it's very nuanced.
That's how we're going to enact our ideology, is if we do that, right?
And I thought it was,
which is compared with the brotherhood of like the cop relationships too, as Jude Law basically turns this like younger cop played by Ty Sheridan into like a new version of him, and has that like To Live and Die in LA sort of like secular, like I'm corrupting someone or making them more obsessive, which is why I like that you brought up the family thing, because we don't get more details about Jude Law's family, but we see the Ty Sheridan character slowly drift away from his family because of what he's getting him into, which is really tragic obviously as well. So but yeah, The Order was, I
can't recommend it enough, honestly.
It was loud as fuck. It was moody as fuck. It was exactly what you want of like a old, like hard-boiled, pulpy, like procedural FBI versus neo-Nazi bank robbers kind of premise.
Yeah, it's great. It honestly feels fresh, because you'd think that that'd be kind of boring by now, but in some sense we've seen similar plots and ways, but they do it very differently, and I think what they focus on is very intelligent. For me, this is just a different one, but this was fun. Dead Talent Society. This was one of the Midnight Madness ones. We didn't really get to a Midnight Madness screening necessarily, like at midnight, because we just had to get up.
We had like 8:30 and 9 a.m. screenings every day.
Yeah, so we got to see most of them, but just not in the context of that kind of environment. This one was very fun. It's almost like Monsters Inc. with ghosts, and basically you're following ghosts. They want to become the spookiest of urban legends, and there's kind of this almost like celebrity after death society where, you know, there are more famous ghosts than the others. And what's funny about it, in my favorite part about it was when they're showing you what the ghosts are doing in order to scare somebody and the perspective of the person being scared. So what they'll do is they'll have somebody, you know, looking at something moving across the room by itself, and it's portrayed as actually scary, like a horror movie or something, and then it'll cut to the ghost doing it, and
they're being like,
he's just holding a glass and
yeah.
like dancing around, and it's really, really funny.
That's
and
where you get that
it.
Beetlejuice effect, where it feels like how Beetlejuice is constantly just like trying to scare the shit out of people. You're in the perspective of like, what if there was like an economy around that? What if there was like a celebrity culture around that? What if like part of the reason you got to exist in the afterlife is only if you were like good at doing this kind of stuff? It's almost like a cultural competition between Japanese ghosts.
Yeah, and it's interesting to think like, oh, you're dead and now I have to keep working. You know what I mean? Now my job is just to scare people, but you're like doing a 9 to 5 and trying to get the most popular and everything like that.
And all the J-horror iconography too of how they go from, you know,
like
they do the Grudge Girls, they do the Exorcist walk, they do like, you know, a couple very specific kind of images you've seen before, and then they do this very slapsticky gore gag, you know, kind of, we are going to scare like human influencers. Yeah, like we're trying to get like famous like Japanese YouTubers to like come to, we're gonna do the scary hotel challenge, and then that's how your ghost gets more famous, and that's, you know, it's very cool that there's like, again, just this kind of economy of it is a very cool idea. I don't know that it goes in quite as far of a direction that I kind of actually would have liked to have seen more world building rather than some of the chosen family kind of sentimental dramedy direction it kind of has taken, where it's like, you know, maybe you didn't have great relationships in life, but in death you can find like this group of friends and you can scare people together. It's very conventional in that regard, and I would have liked to maybe seen a little bit more of the world instead of going there, but the manic energy of the actual movie itself and some of the lowbrow gags it actually goes for were fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was directed by John Sue. I think that's how you say it. So yeah, shout out.
We also followed that up with the Kiyoshi Kurosawa film Cloud, which I will say one of my favorite movies that I saw at the entire festival. Yep. I'm very stoked for people to see it because it was it's kind of honestly a hard movie to describe without slightly spoiling. So if you feel free to skip this one if you don't want to know like absolutely anything. But like we went into this and we were like, oh, Kiyoshi Kurosawa, he already did that movie Chime earlier this year. People are stoked that he's like back in this kind of pulse or like Cure mode where he's doing this, you know, apocalyptic like internet possession horror and like getting into that kind of mood and what he's so well known for. And you hear the premise of this movie and you're kind of like, oh yeah, it kind of sounds like that's what he's going for. And there's parts early in the movie where you are like, yeah, like the way that this protagonist operates, who is essentially a internet reseller who, you know, operates from the safe distance of his screen and kind of screws people over on the internet. You could almost use him as an analogy for like, imagine him as like a ticket seller or a ticket master reseller or something like that. Like he's kind of on the internet. He's like the scum of the earth. And in the movie, it's done in this kind of mundane, like his whole life is various like shipping and receiving docks and like trying to like hustle his way into these very manipulative deals that he gets into. And it is shot with some of that environmental ambience where you're just feeling a little uncomfortable or like the world is a little bit dead and I can't believe this is like what good for-profit like, you know, mentality of how you treat other people. Yeah. The thing about you have to know about this movie is that at a certain point, about halfway through, it actually becomes Kiyoshi Kurosawa's version of like an action thriller or like a thriller gone wrong. Some people were comparing it to Coen Brothers. I thought a little bit about like Reservoir Dogs. For sure.
Because there is strangely like humor involved in it. It's almost slapsticky.
It's funny.
Violent as hell, but slapstick
like
violence.
bleak, but funny. And it's so strange. It's such a weird swing for him. And I mean, huge credit that essentially it's like the internet reseller, maybe he earns the ire of people online based on screwing people over out of whatever designer thing he's buying and reselling, or that's a fake or whatever he's doing. There's one hilarious sequence where he buys a bunch of anime figurines that are about to be like exclusive at a store opening, and he literally runs them out the back door as people in front are like angry, being like, we thought we were going to get let in at like 9 a.m. to come buy these, and then he's going to put them online and everything. But people get so mad at him for reselling that it turns into like a Reservoir Dogs like gang coming to be like, we're gonna fucking fuck this guy up.
Yep.
And
they're like average people, which is interesting. It's not like, you know, this conglomerate of assassins or something. It's just people that got
one's
together.
wearing like a fucking like Jason Hood mask, and one's got like a shotgun, and it just turns into this like absurdly like a labyrinth industrial facility shootout, essentially, where it's basically just this grimly absurd physical manifestation of the difference of like hurting people when you have a technological and sort of like capital tools that you feel safe at distance from, to what it looks like if those same people, if that same economy was guys in a room with guns who are bitter and resentful and can't believe like you ruined my life by having me buy this thing that, you know, ended up ruining me financially and my family. And
I don't think I've seen anything from him that hasn't had this like super horror twist to it. And to have, I mean, you know, you could argue that there's some elements of horror, like when the man with the mask shows up, it is kind of done in this like pop-up, he's a serial killer Jason type
behind
or
the
something
frosted
like that.
glass
Yeah,
shot.
so it even kind of distorts it a little bit, which
The
is
plastic
really smart.
tarps are back too, for anyone big Kiyoshi Kurosawa fans who wants to see the
That's
plastic
the thing
tarps.
he definitely keeps in, is all of the like the factory settings and the industrialization of everything.
How he
like,
geometrically shoots it. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And you start to find out certain characters are a lot darker than others, and that's also why they're capable of being on the hunt for this guy, and that's interesting as well. So he's got a lot of things that he's juggling, and he does it so well. I can't believe it.
Kurosawa, he's back, baby.
Yeah, and I, you know, just because I love horror and I love his horror, I was initially hoping that that's what it would be, but what it kept turning into, I was just so satisfied. So I thought it was,
and it does have a weirdly like bleak apocalyptic kind of epilogue, which I won't spoil, but like it is one of those things where it takes on a strange, uncanny quality where it's like what we just witnessed is actually like writ large where our culture is headed, and we're all going to hell together is almost the kind of vibe you get from The Last Moments, which after so much comedy almost of, or at least the absurdity of the physical situation those characters found themselves in, is quite a wild whiplash.
Yeah, and it is interesting too to make the lead character so like kind of unlikable, and then when that starts popping off, you're like, well, I don't know if he just deserves this kind of violence. It's so it's interesting, and it wasn't what I expected at all from him, and I'm very happy about that now.
It was definitely one of the most surprising ones.
Yeah.
You know, we went into it having an idea of who this filmmaker is and why we like them.
Yeah, especially already covering Chime just like a month ago or something like that. Yeah. So I thought just because that's a 50-minute film or whatever it is, I thought that was almost going to be a thing to what he's going to do in his full feature length, and it's not. They're very different. And so I mean, it's still Kurosawa, but it is very different. So yeah, I loved it. My next one is The Cut, directed by Sean Ellis.
One I didn't get to see, so Jamie's going to go solo here.
Now, I liked this. There is some parts of it that get a little bit silly and kind of unclear whether or not we're watching a metaphor or a reality, and that can be a little confusing by the third act.
This was the Orlando Bloom one, right?
Yes. So this is starring Orlando Bloom, directed by Sean Ellis. And it also has John Turturro, who is playing one of the most evil coaches you've ever seen. Essentially what it is it's a retired boxer that's trying to have, one more great fight, kind of cliche, of course, but what they really focus on is that he has to lose like 30 pounds in 6 days in order to qualify. So he has to do.
When Jamie told this to me, I was like, "Oh, the cut." I understand what it means now.
Yeah,
like he's trying to cut his weight down, literally.
Exactly, and it's really just a process of him torturing his body so that he can get there. And he hires John Turturro as the coach, and his whole thing, and he has a past that you find out about too, where he's a very dangerous coach. Is basically like, I don't care about you. You have hired me to get you to that weight. And I don't care if it hurts you. It doesn't matter. We're getting you to that weight so that you can have your match. And at first, of course, Orlando Bloom's like, well, that's what I want. And it just kind of course, gets darker and darker. And he's getting sicker. And and then it becomes this weird metaphor of like, he'll do anything for John Turturro in order to keep it up and get his glory moment. To the point where I will admit it gets a little silly, but I kind of liked that too. So I don't want to spoil it, but it's I think it's Orlando Bloom's best performance, to be honest. I
in general?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to think of some other ones. Like, I know he's Legolas and all of that. It's just I've never seen him really do a lead role and be as
we were talking about this before you watched it too, but it's like a lot of actors like this. Like, this is a role designed to be
it's built for him, it seems.
Yeah, everyone wants that raging bull like kind of performance where you get to go look at the physical transformation, look at the psychological torment this character is under. Like, it's a literally a flex for an actor, right?
Absolutely. And he's kind of sounds like Conor McGregor in it because he's Irish, and I really just enjoyed listening to that the whole time. But yeah, he's doing things like he's in a sweatsuit and in saunas for hours, and then he literally has a shot where he opens up his arm and it just pours sweat. Like, it really focuses on the body transformation and everything like that. So I really it's silly, but I did like it.
Cool. Well, speaking of one that I got to see that Jamie didn't get to see, because there were only a couple times where we kind of parted ways and maybe decided that we were interested in one or the other, or we couldn't get the same ticket, because when you're pulling public screening tickets, there's frequently you can't get the same seat beside each other, or you can't, there's a little bit, sometimes there's not enough available. But one that I saw that I was very excited to watch was part of a Ralph Fiennes double feature, which maybe we can talk about the other one after this one. But the one that weirdly nobody watched, I wish I did now. Did not get very much buzz was the one that I preferred versus the one where we'll talk about it, where there's a lot of buzz. There's going to be tons of buzz. It's going to be
the Academy movie.
It's Ralph Fiennes' like Academy potential movie. It's not this one, but it should be. It's called The Return, and it is directed by an Italian filmmaker named Uberto Pasolini. And it is basically I've just been describing this to people as like the slow, arty, depressed sequel to like Troy, like the like Brad Pitt one, because it's very similar in the way that it takes Homer's poem, because it's essentially doing the Odyssey, but it's specifically taking the end of the Odyssey, just the section where he returns to Ithaca, washes up on the island, finds out that the island has been taken over by all these suitors who are hounding his wife, and then building to the climax where he slays all the suitors, and at the very end of the Odyssey. So that's what it's doing, but it's stripping it of the mythological element the same way that Troy did, and instead really just focusing on the human melodrama of like a post-war, like a warrior comes back home and deals with that in kind of like a sad and kind of downbeat way. And in this case, this is a movie that you could imagine should be like a more expensive, like Sword and Sandals kind of thing. Like, it's the Odyssey. And this movie does have the limitation of its budget, which is that it clearly looks like a bunch of just like dudes shirtless in a robe hanging out on an Italian island doing like dialogue scenes from like HBO's Rome. Like, that is just, you're watching it and you're just like, yeah, it's a little cheap. It's a little dress up. But I will say, I was really taken with the two lead performances, which is Ralph Fiennes, who's fucking 62 years old and he's fucking jacked as shit. Yeah. It's actually kind of disturbing how and it works for his body because it makes him look like an old, dirty like beggar, and he's covered in a robe, and it's part of the Odysseus story is that nobody recognizes him. But when he takes that robe off, and he takes that robe off, folks. This is full hog style performance,
baby.
and he is like veiny and jacked, and the action sequences, which again, he's an Italian art house filmmaker, so the action sequences aren't the most like, they're not the order, but they are gruesome. And I appreciated that, and especially too because it's just all about post-war depression and the ugliness of Odysseus and how he feels like he goes home and will his wife even recognize him or like him. War has changed him. Its survival has changed him. It's made him a worse, more horrible person, he thinks. And Juliette Binoche is playing Penelope, who is also really going for it. Like, those two actors are treating this material like as epic as it is. They're treating it like Shakespeare or something like that. And seeing that, where it's like you get a little bit of that cheap factor, you get the actors really going for it. And then I will say the slaying of the suitor sequence is vivid and graphic and really not what I expected, honestly, because I went into it being like, this is going to be the pretentious arty version of the Odyssey. Right. And
they're not going to get to slaughterhouse here.
And it is a legitimate bloodbath. And Ralph Fiennes doing the whole thing with the bow and arrow and spears and swords. And yeah, it is not what I expected of that movie. And it was, more like high 3 territory than 4 territory for me personally still, just because of some of the limitations. But it was good. And I was surprised that, it just...
No one was talking about
I had
it.
no idea. I literally went into this. I think we both were interested because we just saw the photo of the press still, because every movie gets one press still that just circles around, and it was literally just jacked Ralph Fiennes holding a bow and arrow.
Yeah,
and I went, is this a genre thing? I don't really know. I don't even know the guy who made it, and I was glad that I checked it out anyway. So.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch that, honestly. Who knows what kind of release that's going to get, but I'll find it somewhere. My next one is also one that I checked out by myself, I believe, was Ick, directed by Joseph Kahn. Now, with Joseph Kahn...
Midnight Madness alumni. He's been doing Midnight Madness since like Torque and Detention and Bodied. I think he's like a regular Midnight Madness guy.
Right. And I haven't seen Bodied. I have seen Detention, which I did like. And Detention is very much more what he's doing with Ick. It is like another high school kind of exaggerated genre movie. I think with Detention, I guess it's more violent in the sense that I think they end up like fighting each other, or there's a killer on the loose or something. I'm kind of blanking on Detention.
It's almost like a screamy style, like there's a killer going around.
But his style is very, very aggressive. It's very loud and abrasive and just kind of on purposely in your face. And with this one, I have to say, there was humor in it that I really enjoyed. Essentially what it is, it's about a high school science teacher named Hank, who's played by Brandon Routh, who is good in it. I want to say Routh innocent. I didn't end up really liking this film, but I think Routh is very funny in it. Basically, he finds out that he might have a daughter from one of his high school sweethearts. And it's essentially about him discovering that, trying to work out that relationship. Also, while there's this like strange alien force that is taking over the town that basically just like, it's like tentacles almost, like ever-growing tentacle monster. It doesn't seem to have any real intelligence beyond just kill everything in sight. So you do get a little bit of like body horror, like teenagers being ripped apart from the thing and everything. For me, it was just, it has that CGI blue screen sheen to it that I just can't stand. And it separated me from a lot of the actual horror elements.
And it's different from like the usual kind of like music video polish that a lot of his movies have.
Yeah, well, I would say it still has that polish, and it still does have that like that bright, upbeat music video quality to it. It's just, I think it's just uglier than the other films that I've seen, unfortunately. And to be honest, some of the editing with the jokes, I felt like I would hear a joke, I would see the joke, and I would go, that is funny, but the way that you've paced it made no sense. It felt like it felt kind of unfinished, to be honest. It felt like they needed one more edit to just lock in the pacing and rhythm of the humor.
We did hear at the festival that apparently they locked picture very shortly before that screened. Okay. So it is possible that maybe they even do some more editing before it comes out.
Yeah, and I think it's very possible that I could like it, because it was strange to see the jokes, to like the jokes, and go, but you didn't deliver it right, so I can't really laugh. Now I'm analyzing it rather than just laughing, you know? What I did like about it particular, though, is that it does hone in on a 2000s era scene and music. So, you know, it's got like All American Rejects, and kids have like the swoopy hair and emo scene shit. And so to me, obviously, that was very nostalgic, and I enjoyed that. But overall, I didn't really take to it. So it could be for other people, though. I don't think it's by any means horrible. It just didn't work for me. I didn't like the look of it.
Yeah, well, a body horror film we did like the look of, The Substance. Should we talk about it? The Substance. This is one of
my favorite movie. Maybe.
This is definitely one of. This was like for us. I'm assuming it was probably the Midnight Madness movie of the festival. There was another. Obviously, there's the Indonesian action one we'll talk about a little bit later as well. But The Substance was one of the ones that we were the most excited about. Obviously, there was a ton of buzz out of Cannes when it played there, and it was directed by the Coralie Fargeat, who had directed the movie Revenge, which was actually somewhere on, I think, our best of the year list in 2018, which was like this just incredible, stylishly sort of like New French Extremity cartoon version of like a rape revenge movie about a girl just really, really being put through the absolute ringer because this director is just so committed to old school genre nastiness and body horror. And I remember us just being so impressed by the crazy, like physically arduous, gore, or like that finale where they're running through the White House and there's bloodbath all over. They're slipping and sliding in the blood. That's how much of it there is.
The accent on like how gross the human body can be. Like she has this one scene in Revenge where she's about the woman is about to get assaulted and she looks over to a man that could easily help her, and instead he won't, and what she does to make him even uglier as a person is just zooms in on his face as he's eating chocolate, and then like slow motion you see all the
she does it again in this too.
And she does, it's almost the entire movie with the substance. She takes that idea and then just does it for, honestly, it's like over 2 hours long, if I'm not mistaken.
2 hours, 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it is pure the whole time. You're just watching escalating body horror. To the point where you're seeing stuff that you've seen, but more exaggerated in this movie, but like Freaked, Society.
Screaming Mad George is definitely a representation of the prosthetic makeup that they wanted to do in this film for sure. But the thing that I think struck a chord, I think, for both Revenge and for this movie is the very specific kind of, I guess, like feminist angle that she takes, which is that she is willing to, she is satirizing, as she will, like the male gaze, as they will say. Like, it's like she really does play up that she has beautiful women in her movies, and these guys are very predatory and very disgusting. And then she finds a way to give you that. We will talk about a sequence in here where essentially the concept, for anyone who doesn't know, is that Demi Moore is playing this like fading, sort of Hollywood actress turned like sort of like an aerobics like TV show star. And she's getting very uncomfortable with aging and mortality and the kind of anxiety about absurd sort of self-hating like Hollywood beauty standards essentially. And she takes this thing called the substance that rebirths a body that she can trade with every 7 days, and it's a younger, more beautiful her where she can go back to having the life that she wished that she still had. And it's a Margaret Qualley who she basically shoots like she's in like a porn advertisement. Like, and for like 45 minutes of the movie, for anyone who saw Revenge, it's like that first 4 minutes of Revenge when it's almost like a Michael Bay music video, shots of like the woman's like ass and stuff like that. And like it's so shiny and so plastic and so just like hypersexualized and like really leering at obviously the female body. And then she does that though to be like, and now I'm going to show you imagery that will never make you want to see.
Now I'm going to destroy it.
You will never want to see the skin of another human being ever again, based on some of the things that she will show you in this.
And the tone, though, is beautiful because it's also fully aware of how ridiculous this is. Like, for one, the company is literally named The Company. The substance she uses is called The Substance.
The network TV executive played by Dennis Quaid is a cartoonishly monstrous, like wide-angle lens of the introduction of him is him pissing in a urinal while on the phone, and it's just the close-up of his mouth just in the frame, and you're like, get me the fuck
to the point where it becomes like he's so close that his face starts to even widen, like it's distorted. That's what he and his performance, I have to say, fully committed. One of the grossest characters ever. So funny. Dennis Quaid is so funny.
He brought the house down.
Yeah.
Even at a press
every time
screening.
He showed up, people were just howling at the screen, clapping. Like, it was so much fun. We went to a press and industry screening, and it almost felt like a Midnight Madness screening just because people were reacting in such a way. And it really will give you, it's so visceral, and it's just so aggressive. And, if you don't like body horror, like, stay away from this. It's so built for us.
This gives you and it plays the hits, eye damage, spine damage, belly button, things being pulled out of belly buttons, joints breaking, nails, teeth, the infected needle mark when she's has to plug it, because again she has to inject this substance into her body, and then she births it out of her own spine, but then she also every 7 days she has to switch back into the body. It's part of the deal. But then if you mess up the timeline, you start doing damage, irreversible damage to the body in a way that it starts kind of looking a little bit something like David Cronenberg's The Fly, like the way that it progressively his body is deteriorating. The same thing ends up happening to Demi Moore, but done in the concept that's like one of our favorite movies, Seconds.
Yes.
Where it's like the one, a guy tries to exist in a younger body to change his life. And yeah, but then going straight into, by the time it hits the second half, which we won't spoil, it is a gag-filled monster movie, essentially. It really does go Brian Yuzna, Stuart Gordon, Screaming Mad George, names that you should love to be hearing right now if you listen to this show. Oh, yeah. It goes full, like, the textures, the sound design, it's punishing, it's pounding. It is honestly one of the most like visually tangible and imaginative, like gross out shock machine movies we've seen in some times. Yeah. And at a certain point, like, yeah, I think some people are going to come away with like the satire and the ideas are kind of simple. Sure. Like there's not like, you kind of get, I think, what the movie is saying pretty quickly, and it kind of hammers home the same point. But
it's the craft.
How well she sustains it.
Yep.
And the construction of it, and how you go.
The escalation
there's no way this can keep going.
Yeah, but she finds a way,
and it keeps getting grosser. It keeps getting weirder, and it really does do that until it like hits credits.
Yep. And it gets sillier. Like because
silly.
Of that, it gets so fucking silly and ridiculous to the point where it was like at the last 20-minute finale kind of thing, where things just keep happening and keep escalating. People. There was a point where everyone thought it was over and that it's not, and everyone went, "Oh my god!" Like you could audibly hear, "Holy shit!" She's just keeps going, and it was
so
such
impressive.
An experience.
So impressive.
I had such a good time. It was unbelievable.
And honestly, last thing, huge shout out to Demi Moore.
Oh yeah, she's bare in this. Like she's so on purposely ugly in this movie, and she's playing it up like crazy when she becomes more of a like. When it starts to really deteriorate.
And just having that real history of being such a young, beautiful star that people were obsessed with and was on the cover of magazines and in these hit movies, and such a sexual, I guess, like object for Hollywood movies in the 90s and stuff like that. To see her play this aging character who's clearly modeled after some experiences she's probably have, some anxiety she probably has about her own body and her own aging. And just seeing her really dig into that and then have it so externalized to such an absurdly disgusting degree.
Yeah.
And she commits to it.
It feels like you're just watching a phobia come to life, essentially.
Yes. In the most gargantuan cartoon body horror way possible.
Yeah. And what's cool about it is that it is genuinely a fantastic body horror movie, but it's also completely parodying the body horror genre as well, because it's so ridiculous. And yeah, I absolutely adored it. I almost 5'd it, to be honest. I might, who knows, but can't recommend it enough. This one I adore. I think it's a beautiful film. It filled me with hope and life-affirming feelings. It was great. It's The Life of Chuck, directed by Mike Flanagan.
This is a big shock for both of us a little bit, honestly.
Yeah, I really thought that we were... I mean, I heard that he was, doing Stephen King. I actually wasn't familiar with the short story, so I just figured it was going to be another ghost story or another horror thing.
But it's Mike Flanagan, just for anyone who is... Yeah. Like, we have I like Flanagan, but we definitely have a little bit of, like, he's more of, like, a 3-star filmmaker, I think, for us a lot of the time. For the most part, yeah. And he's definitely Stephen King, definitely horror, and I think it was maybe just the premise of this one that I went, oh, a non-horror Stephen King, and starring Tom Hiddleston, who's like an actor I haven't seen a lot of him, and the bit that I have, like whatever, he's fine in the Marvel movies, for what he's doing, but I think we both went into this being like, it's probably okay, and and then we both came out and like even like probably the first 15 minutes we turned to each other and we were like, is this really good?
Fucking killing it. Yeah, it's kind of wild. And what's interesting, and if you don't know the story, essentially you're almost in this man's death dream in a sense. It's kind of like he's on his way out, and it feels as if you're kind of everyone is locked into his head as the world in his eyes is ending. It starts in an Act 3 and it goes from Act 3 to Act 1. And to be honest, it starts with the end of the world, really. And so I was thinking, oh no, are you going to be able to make this as intriguing as the end of the world? You know what I mean? And it ends up being incredibly hopeful. And it's kind of like this idea of we're all doomed, so just try to enjoy it as much as you possibly can and take in what you should be grateful for and like the love that you do have. And because it's death is inevitable, and it just became a very beautiful film. One particular thing I wanted to accent is this dance sequence that they do with, I think it's in Act 2, when you finally do have Tom Hiddleston not just being this kind of this weird man that keeps popping up for everybody, because you realize that you're kind of in his head.
Yeah, they set up this monologue where it's like I contain multitudes, and it is like there's a universe inside your brain, which is obviously a theory a lot of people have talked about before, and because it's all the things, all the people you populated, all of the memories that you have, all of these things that make you who you are. And so the Act 3, which you see up front, is literally just the perspective of like all of these people who are memories, who are living in his brain as he's dying of cancer at 39 years old. So he's manifested in just these signs everywhere. It was like 39 great years, thanks Chuck, and there's like billboards and advertisements and all of these things. So Tom is like, anyone fucking know this guy? And then the world ends and it cuts to black, and then it's like, we're gonna find out, because Chuck dies. And that's what's cool too, is that you do in like, this is it gives you the melancholy destination of like an end of days black hole just occurred in this guy's brain. But then it circles back and it really does go, into a more charming and sort of like nostalgic flashback of all of the years leading up to his death, and how all of the details we see in his in-universe brain, the meaning behind them, the emotion behind them, and all of this. And one of them is the dance sequence that Jamie is referring to, which is an amazing moment of just like a busking sort of like drum solo, and Tom Hiddleston stopping and getting possessed by it and going full like Gene Kelly mode and straight up doing like a pretty fantastic dance.
Hiddleston has absolutely got the moves, got the juice on the dance floor. It's unbelievable. And what I love too is Flanagan, he's in each act, he's kind of hinting towards the next act and what you're going to learn about the character and everything. And the moment that he stops and he's like, oh, I have this impulse to dance, but I've forgotten why. They have one big flash where it's like him in a kitchen, and then it goes back to the dance. And then in Act 1, which is the next act, you see him as a kid, and then you learn that he danced with his grandmother in the kitchen, and there was just this love and connection that they had through that.
And Mike Flanagan's always been an editor of his own movies, and he's a fantastic editor. It's one of the things, because again this is a non-linear Stephen King story, so it totally suits his sensibility of telling these stories that accumulate in the in the small details as you get to a certain point of his childhood where everything kind of clicks for you that you saw in his dying brain.
And to start in the doomed beginning, it just makes you appreciate so much more the beginnings of his actual life and what he is going through and the connections that he has. And Mark Hamill, by the way, is fantastic in it. He plays the grandfather, and he's so good. You can he's basically this man he's kind of hiding something in an attic at one point. I won't say anything about that in particular, but it almost sets it up like it's going to finally be the ghostly reveal of a Stephen King novel. It ends up actually being a very beautiful and sad kind of realization by the end of it. And I just think he's a very loving character, Mark Hamill plays, but then because of those hidden secrets, he also plays kind of a drunk, and his emotions can spill over every once in a while. I just think he was fantastic. And Jacob Tremblay also, I think he plays the kid. Am I correct on that?
One of the versions of
one
the
of
kid.
them, right. And he was great too. So I
Heather
really,
Langenkamp from the Nightmare on Elm Street movies is in this as well. Matthew Lillard shows up for a scene. Chiwetel Ejiofor is in here as well. And it's a lot of the Mike Flanagan like existential monologues that you're maybe become familiar with, where he's very good at taking these kind of concepts and turning them into this like nakedly emotional kind of conversations about ideas. It makes him one of the better Stephen King adapters, in my opinion. And in this case, he found material that just really, really suits his sensibility. And structurally, it's a blast. And also the fact that it's just like the supernaturally sweet and warm, like cosmic existentialism, where it's like we're all going to die. Mortality is a thing. But you contain multitudes, and the filmmaking craft and the performances like really do capture that sense of optimism about it almost. And it was just when you're watching bleak art house foreign films back to back to back to back, maybe sometimes it was just like to have something so
we went, life isn't bad.
That's just it's a nice movie. And so that might also contribute to partially why we had such a positive experience with it.
Yeah,
but
true.
yeah, that was definitely a good one. Speaking of, I want to do it. It's time.
Hell yeah.
We're going to talk about some cosmic existentialism and death dreams on a separate side, if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I think so. Oh my God.
We saw one I'm sure a lot of people are very excited to hear our takes on. Francis Ford Coppola's Megalopolis, the long-awaited return, the $100 million self-financed, independent film.
I called it a $100 million death dream.
That was when you said that Life of Chuck was a death dream. It was exactly what made me think about this, because it is an absolutely absurd movie. We actually did not know it defied my note taking, which I have in front of me to even try and see if I can remember some of the things, because it's so overwhelming.
There's so many like halfway through.
I stopped halfway through. I was like, I don't know. Like, I left the movie, and people will note I still have not given it a rating yet on Letterboxd. Like, it has the heart because it was an incredibly surreal and incredible IMAX experience. It is definitely something that will never be made again, and something that could only come from the brain that it came from.
Yep. It is one of the most egotistical things I've ever seen, and I say that with respect, honestly. I particularly don't know if I liked it. I will say that. I'm not going to lie, too, just for context of physically watching a movie, I was also in the second row of the IMAX theater, so when Adam Driver was monologuing, boy, was he monologuing at me. You know what I mean? When every crazy decision is being made, my whole vision was full to the point I actually had to be looking left and right. Like, so
yeah, I actually think that does harm the experience.
Yeah. So with what I'm saying, take that with a grain of salt. But I will say, I still think this thing becomes a mess. I do think it's incoherent. There are themes that are very obvious. It does have like a satirical element to the elite and celebrity and all of that. But I feel like we're both going to probably be pretty scatterbrained the way we talk about this, because the movie itself is baffling. It really is something.
It's all over the place.
It's all over the place, stylistically.
From the moment it starts.
Yes. Yeah. You have this strange feeling. Like you said, the moment it starts, the first image, you're just kind of like, I think I'm in for something that it is just beyond what you would think is a comprehensible film or direction or anything. It's just
there's parts of it that are very beautiful looking. There's parts of it that are very cheap looking.
Yeah, some stuff looks like Neil Breen. Other stuff looks like the best shit I've ever seen in my life.
Someone we know compared it to Sky Captain of Tomorrow a little bit. So if this is giving you an idea, there's a little bit of Star Wars prequel energy, I think, happening here. These are all things that I'm not necessarily saying poorly. They're there, and you kind of have to reckon with that is what the movie looks like. It's actually strangely a combination of like maybe the Coppola late style you're more familiar with in like the Twixt era, but with the one from the heart, just like crazy artificial ambition of making something gargantuan and making something that, you know, clearly had no rules, no editing. It was like Coppola gets to make exactly what he wants. And that translates, I will say, in a mixed fashion to the story of the movie, which is Adam Driver as literally a genius artist architect who the drama of the movie is that he has the ability to build a utopia. He's the coolest dude ever.
Has sex with everybody.
He loves his wife, who is dead and inspired him, but also he has sex with every beautiful woman in the movie who falls in love with him. He
loves his dead wife.
He pretends to be a bad boy, but he's actually like secretly a really wonderful, great, sentimental person, and doesn't want people to know that about him because he's so humble.
Oh my God.
The drama of the movie is that everyone just needs to give him all of the resources and money so that he can build the greatest thing anyone's ever seen and change the world.
So it does feel like Coppola is saying, hey, you gave me $100 million. Actually, you didn't use my own money to do to make this $100 million insanity. But what we should really be doing is giving me $1 billion, because then I could make something that no one would ever be able to make.
It is genuinely baffling to watch as just a plain drama at what it's doing, because the conspiracy of itself, the world building of itself, which I will say there's cool design details. There's clearly elements in here that he's brought from his history of growing up loving like H.G. Wells. So like there's the use of clocks, the use of the way that he actually does build, like the way that he uses the Chrysler building, and the way that he stops time, and the way that they show you New Rome, which is like New York City, but it's been turned into like an actual, with the iconography of like the Roman Empire, which is, as he's saying it, like it's an empire on its deathbed, and we need to find something new and something else. And so like there's very intriguing ideas that you can tell, he's been developing this since apparently he started writing the earliest version of it around Apocalypse Now. And honestly, you could see a version of this that came out if One from the Heart wasn't the biggest bomb in the universe. Maybe he made it in like the late to mid 80s or something like that at one point. I'm really looking forward to seeing
that too, because you're telling me that that's pretty much the closest that he has to this film. So
yes, because he had just so much independence in making that, and it also does, it has strange performances. It has strange characters that some people can't latch onto. I think some of the qualities that, if you've ever seen One from the Heart and you have critiques of One from the Heart, I think a lot of them you'll find in Megalopolis, just to an even more extreme degree that feels out of time, because you are like, no one else is making anything that's slightly resembling this. And some of the actors that he uses, the way that he uses Aubrey Plaza as this crazy horny like femme fatale, the way he uses Shia LaBeouf as like just this absolutely monstrous fail son who also dresses up in drag and has incest with his fucking sisters or whatever, and his aunt. And then John Voight, who's like the big wealthy guy who's trying to maintain the relationship between all the cousins and the kids and stuff like that, but needs to just give away all his money to Adam Driver so that he can build the greatest thing ever. It's just like,
and I'm not gonna spoil what happens, but I will say there's a John Voight boner thing in this, a joke or a action beat that is.
It's actually stolen from Paul Verhoeven too, a movie called Black Book.
Well,
actually,
I didn't know.
Maybe that's spoiling it for anyone who's seen that movie.
That's okay, but like, holy shit, I didn't know that was a reference. That was so strange to me. I'm like, only Coppola could have come up with this. Never mind, I guess. Holy hell. Yeah. But I will say, like, there is elements to it that these characters are so strange and eccentric, and it does seem like he's kind of doing a little bit of like satire or commentary on just celebrity and all of that, like these exaggerated personas that are in the public eye and everything like that. It's just that when you're only focused on this family, and he doesn't have any character that is like living in the slums or living in a more moderate way of living. It's you're only focused on this crazy rich elite Shakespearean tragedy family and
political conspiracy as well. When Shia LaBeouf starts like trying to become like the man of the people who's taking down Cicero and planting false statutory rape accusations, which is a subject I don't know Coppola needed to bring up in a movie, but it's there for your viewing pleasure for you to interact with and take what you want from.
He also comments on like the use of AI at one point in the ship, because they make a false sex tape with Adam Driver and like CGI his face onto the person and shit like that. It is bizarre. I mean, all these themes
but
are
also there's some of the most
time.
Beautiful like editing and dissolves and montages, and like at one point there's like a huge split screen thing.
The split screen was really cool. I did really like the way that he used that. But then what is baffling about it is that, like we said, those transitions and those edits will be some of the most gorgeous things you've ever seen, and then within those same 10 minutes of a transition, you'll see the most garish, ugly thing you've ever seen.
Yeah, there's some stuff that looks a little bit too like volume or green screeny, but then there's other stuff where the artificiality is part of the beauty of it. There's a crazy like rain-soaked like spying voyeuristic like drive sequence where they're just driving through what New Rome, the sort of like more dilapidated side of it, looks like, and it's actually doing like weird like rear projection stuff where there's like silhouettes in the back of the car that's clearly on like a was shot on like a soundstage or something like that, and then when there's an exterior of the car where they're driving by and it looks like a set or maybe a CG extended set where you actually get like giant like what looks like Roman statues just like crumbling in the streets next to like cops beating people up and like and so the world building weirdly, you can tell it's so artificial and shot on like sound stages that it feels small sometimes. And then there's other parts where the vision is so gargantuan and so genuinely kind of intriguing and impressive. And
you feel like you're in another world. You really do. Like a completely different
it's
reality.
a completely uncanny experience front to back in terms of performance style, in terms of just bizarre narrative choices, in terms of bizarre imagery choices, and so much of his passions and his ideas and things he's wanted to put, and it's all put there also sincerely.
Yeah.
So that's why you know, like you do on some level have to be like, he's not making like,
and with such
it's not
uncompromising confidence. He does not. He's like, this is my vision, and you're gonna I will not stray from it.
So this is why I didn't come away disliking the movie, but I will say, watching it even in a theater of people who I think were all like, when it started, it was very quiet, it was very respectful. People were like, I'm watching a movie by Francis Ford Coppola, and I'm here and ready for that. By the second half, by the end of the film, there was laughter where people could not figure out if it was a joke.
Yeah, you could actively like feel the audience.
The guy beside me had his hand in his head in his hand, and he was sighing, and he couldn't. He was like, "Am I gonna sit through this?"
The guy beside me, after it ended, he stopped taking notes, just like you at one point, and then he went, "I don't think so," but and this is what he did. He goes, "I don't think so, but I'm glad he got to make it." That's what he said. And then he left. And I was like, yeah, I think I'm kind of...
There's going to be tourist battle lines drawn where there's going to be, I think, a lot of people who respond to this on one side, and they are going to go, 1 star, this is so bad, it's I don't understand, I couldn't get on the wavelength of it at all. And on one level, I'm a little sympathetic to that. On another level, there's so much in here that I can't help but respect that it exists, that I can't say I had a bad experience watching it. And then on the other side, there is going to be a reclamation project almost instantly of like, people were just filtered by Francis Ford Coppola greatness, and he showed you a crazy vision. And who knows, maybe we're wrong.
Maybe with time,
Maybe this is a Southland Tales, a Showgirls kind of situation.
It's just that those movies, I latched onto those like right away. I didn't have a moment of like, this thing, I have never seen anything like this, truly.
But maybe we're not ready for it. Maybe what movies look like in 20 years when it's TikTok Zoomers making movies, and we go, man, you know, he was ahead of the curve. Everyone's doing shit that looks like this now. You know, it's
a statement. I'll say that.
And it is wild.
Yeah.
So, but either way,
I want to tackle it.
Spend this whole fucking episode talking about Megalopolis.
We figured that would be maybe a longer one.
I figured that would be a gargantuan one that we would spend more time on. But what do you want to do next?
Well, this one, much shorter. We'll go with that.
Okay.
Presence by Steven Soderbergh.
And much smaller. Yeah.
Much smaller. Pretty much the opposite of Megalopolis. So basically, this is a very simple film. It's a family that moves into a new house, and they basically start having supernatural occurrences. Now, you'd think that is cliche. In a sense, it is. It's a generic storyline, but it's the way that he presents the story. Essentially, the camera is the ghost that is haunting them. So you only get the POV from the ghost as they're going through their family melodrama, as the hauntings are happening. And in particular, the relationship that the ghost has with the family is actually very friendly. You come to find out that it is the daughter's friend. And so instead of these like there are moments where the ghost gets angry because the daughter is being mistreated, so it turns into a more conventional haunting. But a lot of it, for instance, the very first time you see the ghost interacting with the world and the house, is just her organizing the daughter's books for her after she's done studying. And the daughter freaks out, obviously, but it was funny because when it happened, I leaned over to Josh. I'm like, "Oh, it's a nice, tidy ghost," and then it ends up being, you know, an actual. It loves the daughter, and because it's her friend, and so I just really enjoyed that take, and it's shot. I don't know how to, I guess, explain the camera. I don't know if you know any.
No, it's really cool, and it's worth noting too.
It's like steady cam basically throughout the entirety of the house.
And this is another collaboration too worth noting with David Koepp. So because he did this with Kimmy, and actually they already have another thing scheduled to do together. So him and Steven Soderbergh are very much in like a genre exercise mode, where again, very simple premise, and it gives him the freedom to really play with the camera, and that's like the design of this movie, which is that it's so because it's a point of view from the ghost itself, the uncanny quality of it is I tried to describe it as like Paranormal Activity, but like with a little bit of like angst. Like it's very like it's some of the most extreme wide angle lenses I've ever seen put on a camera. Attached to a Steadicam, so that he can basically float around. And even we actually got to see Soderbergh there, even describing the movie. And he was like, there were a lot of times, honestly, where my worry was that I was just going to fall down the stairs, because as people might know, he's his own cinematographer. Frequently, he's his own camera operator, because he's a little anal about his imagery in that way. And in this case, it's a series of oneers where it's the same scenes you normally see in a movie like this, where the family's talking about this possible haunting they're experiencing, but the suspense is just flipped, because it's not. You're not from the perspective of someone who hears a noise and looks in the corner and goes, is there a ghost over there? It's entirely these oneers of the ghost, almost in the per point of view vision you get at the opening scene of the first Halloween movie, but they can't see Michael Myers, and literally he'll just go up really close into their face, and then he'll be like, okay, I'm going to leave this person alone. At one point, actually, there's a very intimate moment where a character is having sex and the ghost is in the closet, and the ghost literally looks away to be like, I'm giving them some privacy. So the ghost, the camera takes on a personality of what the ghost is watching, what it's interested in, why, and it becomes a character. And it also runs between halls and rooms and slowly uncovers some of the secrets of this family, and the way that maybe some of the things they don't say to each other that we discover in their private moments. And I think that's what makes it ultimately a very cool experience, because it's definitely a formal exercise. Soderbergh was like, I get to do cool shit with the camera, but it is motivated, and it is motivated in a way that we've not seen someone do before, and I appreciated just like that aspect of it, even if some of the story goes into some not necessarily conventional ways or like places, but it definitely, I felt like we could have maybe got a little bit more out of the concept.
There's one I won't say it, but there's one particular moment in the third act that I think happens just a little too quickly, and I just would have rather a more drawn out action beat.
It's a tight 85-minute movie that you could imagine could be also a tight 90-minute movie and have like a more creative and extended kind of final set piece, but the actual ending is actually pretty good.
And the writing of it is good as well. It's just that visually I wanted just a little bit more by the final 5 minutes. The dad is so good. He's played by Chris Sullivan, I believe.
The writing of him, he's one of the nicest, funniest movie dads that we've seen in like some. I just actually would be like, I would just love to hang out with this.
I want to have a beer with Chris Sullivan. Absolutely. It's really good, and I think that Lucy Liu is quite good in it. She actually has to play kind of a pulled back version of a mother that is kind of giving some favoritism to one of the son in particular. And that actually ends up that restraint turns into something really harrowing by the end of it. That actually hit me pretty hard. I think it was a good surprise and just very powerful. I think it's worth watching. I mean, if you're a Soderbergh head, you're gonna be watching absolutely like this. It's just more of his kind of experimentation. So I really dug it, and I think I even liked it better than Kimmy, to be honest. So
cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of another thriller that we were kind of excited to check out that has some cool sort of like formal tricks that it's doing, we watched a movie called Relay. Which was directed by David Mackenzie, who directed Hell or High Water, which was part of the reason we were interested in checking this out. But it also starred Riz Ahmed as well, who we are fans of. And I mean, he recently won the Oscar for Sound of Metal, right?
So good, by the way. If no one's seen Sound of Metal, go check that out.
He's fantastic in that. So either way, we were interested in this high concept thriller as a result of that. And it definitely didn't end up achieving the sort of like Hell or High Water high that we were kind of expecting. But the concept is cool. It's a mix of like the 70s paranoia thrillers, but also like the kind of like pop thrillers of the 2000s when they tried to like revive that thing. I thought about, I don't know, maybe something like Phone Booth or, like where it's like just a high concept sort of like tech thriller in a way. And in this case, though, I like that it's reducing it into Riz Ahmed's essentially playing a intermediary or like fixer for the equivalent of like whistleblowers. So he's kind of like, imagine like Michael Clayton, but he's not working for the company. He's working for the actual whistleblowers, and he has a almost like a Michael Mann-like adherence to his operation and his very sort of lonely existence of, he has a very sort of rigorous policy that he lives by, which is that he doesn't get close to these people. He just works in the middle, and he protects them from the violence of the whoever the corporation is hiring to hunt them down, which in this case is a character played by Sam Worthington. And then obviously in the movie we get here, you do get him kind of breaking his rules a little bit, because there's Lily James is playing actually, it's very funny. It is actually almost the exact same conspiracy that's in Michael Clayton. It has to do with like health issues with a product, that they ignore the testing and it might like kill people and whatnot. But the real appeal of this movie, because I think we both kind of agreed that it ends in a bit of a
I didn't like the final act.
Which we won't spoil, but it has a very easy, clean wrap up. Just as you think actually it's gonna get more complicated, and it's actually gonna,
you think the interaction you've been waiting for is finally going to happen, where some of this stuff is going to get spelled out or just spilled out emotionally.
There's a bit of a twist, and there's a cat and mouse element, and it climaxes, and you're like, oh, we're gonna get a confrontation about like these different almost ideologies of he's against the court. He's actually,
and also the relationship that they were kind of striking together and stuff. It's like, and then it just goes. I won't spoil it, but it just kind of negates it and undercuts it. And
there's a really clean wrap up, but for like 90 minutes or so of the actual movie, the voyeuristic distance and the way that he engages in these sort of like technological and communication logistics of what his job is actually like is really, really strong. Like, this guy knows how to shoot a movie, and the character is just like the way that he uses like old school like working man public services. He uses like the U.S. Postal Service. He uses, the reason it's called Relay is because he uses the I forgot the tri-state area like relay phone line or whatever, which I think is meant for like disabled people to be able to call people on the telephone. And he uses all of these old school sort of like public services from the government as a way to protect himself from corporate surveillance. Because they own, phones, and they own these kinds of, computers and all of this stuff. And like that part, I thought like a return to analog government services to avoid private surveillance is an interesting idea. And how the actual cat and mouse logistics of how he films that in Riz Ahmed's performance as like the lonely guy who has become a master manipulator of these systems, and almost gets, at one point Sam Worthington literally gets the "we've been made" like moment from Heat. Like if you like the sequences where Al Pacino and Robert De Niro are going back and forth trying to like outsmart each other on who's chasing who, that's like 90% of what this movie is.
Absolutely. Like there's one particular scene where they're just trying to transfer a document in the middle of Times Square that actually has a lot of anxiety, and like I love Ahmed's performance in it. Like you can just you feel the sweat that's coming out of him in those moments, and that like it's that kind of moment that we've probably seen before in other characters, where it's like the first time that things are fucking up for him because he's been so good at his job and so calculated with the rules that he set himself up, and now he's breaking those rules for the first time because of the girl that he's kind of fallen for in some sense. So all of that is really good. I didn't like the final act. That's all I have to say for that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to more of his films, because he is a good director. I just think the script needed a little bit of a tune up at the end of there. But yeah. So my next one.
And actually, as we are hitting, I think, a little bit of the mark where we want to start speeding up a little bit. Because we always do this. Anyone who listens to our Best of the Year episode always knows that we do this. We love to just get into more detail than we intend to get into. We're going to start doing what we do when we try to speed up the honorable mentions, which is maybe find a double feature.
Oh, sure. So this one's Meat, directed by Dimitris Nakos. It's I guess it's based on a Greek tragedy. It's about a patriarch that has to decide the fate of his son and the boy he raised when a unneighborly feud turns to murder. Now, the premise of it, the performance of it, I was intrigued. I thought that maybe we could I wanted to see how this turned out. Really, what stopped me from liking this film a lot of the time was the choice of the camera work, which is a constantly shaky cam to make it, I think, a little bit more exciting when they're doing these subtle arguments in their household and all of this. I think it just felt like a very I don't want to be I hate when I'm feel offensive or something like that, but it felt very amateur the way that they made that decision. It was like, I don't have a way to make
it was a first-time
exciting.
filmmaker, and it does feel like a little bit a lot of first-time filmmakers sometimes do make this mistake, which is that they think uncontrolled, like very sort of like art house indie handheld close-ups, shooting your movie that way, like gives it that, you know, a little bit of that grounded authenticity, but also helps you get some intensity maybe if you're not getting it out of your narrative or you're not getting it out of your performances. And unfortunately he pushes that line where you just kind of get motion sickness. And also
constant
and it feels unmotivated.
Yes, that's the thing, because
Bring Them Down does it too, which we'll talk about, but like it feels motivated.
Yes. And and we'll get to that too, because the director even talked about the way that he would switch the camera work so that it was relevant to the story and the characters, whereas this, it just felt like an excuse to make it a little more exciting than it isn't. But it also ruins scenes. Like there's a scene that is supposed to be a pretty, in my, like, I think a very there's an image in which they take a picture together, the father, the son, and this kind of, I guess, like this adopted son in a sense. And it seems to be an accent on like the relationship that is now going to be deteriorating throughout the rest of the film. And the shot is basically they focus on the photograph, and then they also back up so that you can watch the father look at it. But again, it's done in this shaky cam way, so your brain doesn't really get to focus on the framing and the shot itself and what it means. I just feel like I'm just in the space, and it doesn't feel connected to anything, I guess, if that makes sense. So it's strange that I almost only have one critique of the film, but it really did ruin it for me. I just couldn't grasp onto any of its ideas in any real way, because the shooting wasn't representing what was happening. Like, I get it if you're doing a Jason Bourne fight, you know, shake the cam up, but like when you're just having a natural conversation in a kitchen, why the fuck are we not like setting up a shot? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So
yeah, because the actual moral dilemma itself about like the you know, the town butcher and his like kind of fail son, and like this sort of adopted son who is, I think, Armenian or something like that. And so they, you know, the fact that it results in this kind of like impulsive crime that escalates into like a full-blown like village rumor mill and kind of cover up, and it does get to some pretty gruesome places. And you know, there's not like uninteresting ideas that could be brought out of that, but that was why I thought it would make a good pairing with Bring Them Down, because I think Bring Them Down actually is kind of doing the same thing, where it's like there's layers of miscommunication, and there is like some sort of like crime and violence element that peaks up. But this one has Barry Keoghan and Christopher Abbott in it, and they do just a better job of, I think, making sense of those characters. Because in Meat, the guy who, like the son who triggers the series of bad events that take place, is just like such a hateable character that you couldn't, you don't actually,
like, why are you even friends with this guy?
You don't even understand why he's friends with him or why the parents want to protect him. Whereas with Bring Them Down, I think it does go to some extreme places that makes the Barry Keoghan character quite hateable, but it tries to be a little complicated and to have some sympathy, and to be like, this is just a misguided kid who made some bad choices, and Christopher Abbott is experiencing the brunt of some of the horrible,
because it's connected to his livelihood.
Because he's a shepherd. Also, if you just like Christopher Abbott and Irish location work, and you just want to watch him just like, it's called Bring Them Down because he's literally bringing sheep down a mountain. And there's beautiful imagery of him doing that. And then Barry Keoghan is a kid who has a bit of a family feud due to a history involving his mother and a car crash that her and Christopher Abbott got into before he was born. And then he is raised in an environment to have negative feelings towards him that he then decides to kind of gruesomely take out on his sheep, which I will say, anyone who is triggered by animal violence, I went to a screening that had walkouts due to the animal violence, because it's pretty
essential
intense
to the plot. So it's like, if you can't watch animal violence, you will not like this movie. It's just it's a part of why he's doing what he's doing.
It's deliberately quite horrible to experience.
Yeah, it really is, and it does have like some insane images of, like, you know, the sheep laid out on the field, and I don't want to get into too much detail, but it is harrowing. What I liked about it, I think why I ended up really liking it, was just how it turns almost into this, Irish folk tale. It's almost like a myth in a sense as it goes on, because when the confrontations finally does occur, it's more of this like super elongated chase sequence that feels like completely unrealistic in a way. Like it's just constant and unrelenting. It just keeps going and going and going till they finally get to the top of the mountain. And it's like, and it's I really liked it because the director afterwards, and I should probably wrap it up, but the director afterwards did a Q&A, and he was talking about, and this will relate to Meat, how he's like, well, I wanted, as the story went on, I used more handheld, because I wanted, as the intensity was happening, I wanted it to get a little bit shakier and make you feel like you're kind of on the chase with them.
And they're getting a little bit more unhinged.
Yeah, so it's at least it's a thoughtful thing to have, stationary and then kind of just escalate from there for a reason.
Yeah, and there's some cool like non-linear editing. Like considering that I think this is also a debut or maybe a sophomore movie.
It is a debut.
It's a debut as well. Like it was a good comparison between the two, because Meat just makes some unfortunately decisions you do see in debut films, and Bring Them Down is very confidently done in a very, and like this guy knew exactly what he's going for. He made interesting choices. I do think some of the writing is a little contrived and extreme. Sure. It is reliant on, if you're someone who watches a movie, and I've had this happen a couple times to me, and I know it kind of sounds stupid when you say it, but like if you get one of those movies where someone just like not saying a single sentence to another character is the only reason the movie happens, like it's a miscommunication. Sure. And if someone just said, oh hey dude, sorry, actually this, and then they go, oh okay.
Yeah.
But this really does escalate in terms of the violent severity quite quickly. And it is entirely reliant on perspective. And that's where the editing is cool, though, because the editing does show you the first part is from Abbott's perspective. The second part's from Keegan's perspective, and you replay some of the same events, and you do get that these two guys are headed towards a violent, nasty conclusion, which it is. It is definitely more of less of an Irish folk drama, and it is more of a straight up like nasty thriller. And the reasoning behind that that you find out, there's a little bit of a silly nature to it that I don't want to spoil, but it's directed with great control and great tone that I honestly still kind of bought into it.
Yeah. And I really did. I think, again, it's that ending made me feel like it was kind of like almost a myth in a sense. So I was able to latch on to some of the more extreme things that happened. But I totally get what you're saying. But yeah, that one was a good one. Meat, not so much in my opinion. So
yeah. Well, I unfortunately have a great, I think, thematic double feature pairing for ones that we both did not like. So we're going to get a little negative here. But environmental anxiety was something that was on the minds of the festival this year. There were two films that made us realize maybe we want to burn the world. Maybe we don't care about this subject matter.
I guess not.
I am, of course, joking. But
we need to make better movies about it.
We do need to. Yeah, you're not winning anyone over with the two of these movies we're going to address here, which is one that Jamie absolutely hated. I could actually hear him kind of hating the movie while we were watching it. It was a small Canadian movie called Can I Get a Witness, which has a genuinely quite scary and bleak science fiction premise to it, where the world has introduced mandatory suicide at the age of 50 in order to control population and resources. And it's an idea that you could imagine being done in a dystopia science fiction context. And in the movie, because it's a low-budget Canadian film, it is kind of realized as a bizarrely gentle, heartwarming, like Canadian nature travelogue, or like young adult, like romance coming-of-age thing in a way, about a girl who is someone who gets the job of being someone who observes the end-of-life ceremony of when people are dying. And she's the girl who has the perspective of she's learning about some of these policies for the first time, and is kind of pushing back against them a little bit, or is at least she's being rocked by how kind of disturbing it is that she observes suicides. And every single character in the movie... Every single character in the movie basically is there to in a very expository fashion to dissuade her from these bad feelings she's having about it. And
which
the
you
world
probably are as an audience member.
Yeah, and it does get weird where they just go, yeah, sorry, so we've solved poverty, we've solved war, we've solved racism, we've solved all these things by introducing, this policy. And I think the idea was that it was meant to be from the perspective of the adults who have come to the acceptance of, we are willing to make this sacrifice for our children. And Sandra Oh plays the girl's mother and actually does deliver a pretty decent performance where she is conveying that, yeah, this is scary, yeah, this is tragic, but I'm doing it for my daughter. And you just go, you really do expect them to dive into the premise in a little bit more of a thorny fashion.
To challenge itself. The movie never challenges itself. And the moments that you think it's about to.
Like it's a science fiction movie that has no debate with its own science fiction concept, which is so rare.
Yeah.
Because that's what science fiction is about.
And boring. And
it didn't need to be an evil dystopia, but I would have liked to have had a conversation in the movie.
Yeah. And any time a character does, it immediately undercuts or negates the thought. Like there's one particular scene that I've been telling people about anytime I've been discussing this movie where a guy actually takes out a gun, which they thought didn't exist anymore, and he goes, I'll kill myself, but I want you to do it, and I want to go out hard, not soft, so I want you to shoot me in the head. And they're uncomfortable with that, and they don't want to do it to do violence, even though they are killing people. They're just not doing it violently. It's still the same thing. You still are responsible in some regard. And so it's the first time that these characters are kind of challenged, and they just go, okay, well, we'll come back tomorrow and maybe we can figure it out. And you think, okay, well, maybe that will lead to the company getting them in trouble because they didn't go through.
They literally
with what
walk
they're supposed
away
to.
from an interesting, dramatic moment, and then just erase it.
Yep, because then they're outside and you hear the gunshot, so he just decides to do it anyway, and they kind of
And they go, oh, thank God, we don't have to think about that anymore.
You're like, oh, thank God you don't have to wrestle with anything that you're doing. It's just, and the whole movie does that, and each time you think it's gonna do it and challenge itself, it just doesn't, and it reaffirms what it's already been saying this last hour and a half. And I got really upset with it. I didn't like it. I was offended, quite frankly. No, I hated it. I really
it's also a little amateurish, but there were some fun and strange like world building details.
Yes,
I did like that. Oh, after you watch your first Suicide, you can decompress and watch like an old object from the old days, and she wants to book the film print of like Zoolander or something like that to watch. Like that was a little bit of a funny joke.
Yeah, and there's some animation because like she's a cartoonist, so the real world gets blended in with some animation that I thought was just kind of pretty and cute, but overall I just couldn't get past the narrative. Yeah, I was like, this is so bizarre.
Which honestly, I think we kind of felt similarly with the movie The End as well, which was actually more disappointing.
Yeah, because I love Oppenheimer. Let me be clear on that. I think he's an intelligent, thoughtful, articulate director. We did the Q&A after this movie, and his ideas were amazing, and I was like, where are they in the film, or where are you translating that through the actual filmmaking? A lot of it,
because for context, this is directed by Joshua Oppenheimer, who directed. He's a documentary filmmaker who did the movies about the Indonesian genocide called The Act of Killing, which is fantastic. He did another one called The Look of Silence, and apparently this one, before he made this, it was actually trying to do a third one, but after the first two, he was not allowed back into Indonesia. Yeah, they said no more movies about our history because
you're making us look bad, bro.
Yeah, but he has an absolute incredibly fascinating interest in storytelling and in history. And in people who, maybe have power and have abused power, and the sort of psychological process of those characters or those real people in the case of something like The Act of Killing, what their brain has to do to make sense of what they did. And you can see him trying to translate that here, because his third idea for a documentary was meant to be apparently the wealthy corporate faces of the people who benefited financially from the genocide in Indonesia. So he's decided to translate that idea here to environmental anxiety, and so he's made a movie about a bunch of oil tycoons who live in a bunker, and it's very star-studded. It's like George McKay, it's Michael Shannon, it's Tilda Swinton, and a woman named Moses Ingram, who's maybe like one of the better singers in the movie.
Yeah, her and George are the best singers for sure.
Which gets us to the other aspect of this, which is that, you know, so again, you have the historical thing, the political thing. You have this idea of these oil tycoons who destroyed the world, and maybe how hollow and grief-stricken and how strange, you know, their brains have to work to make sense of what it is that they contributed to and what they did. And he decided to turn it into, in a really ambitious way, a melodramatic, like Jacques Demy style musical. So anyone who has seen, I think he even cited that he made this around, he came up with the idea around the time that he watched Umbrellas of Cherbourg. Yeah. But anyone who's seen like Young Girls of Rochefort, for example, it's a very, you know, speak singing heavy musical with very old, like 50s style Hollywood, like orchestral music that's genuinely beautiful. But music and lyrics that are so repetitive and so
lacking
annoying.
Melody, to be honest with you, most of these, like, I understand, like Les Mis, for instance, does have a lot of the talking, singing, in which it's not focused on melody, but then they bring you those moments where they've clearly written a chorus, a verse that's supposed to be earworm catching, and it just, there's nothing in here, unfortunately. Like, I don't like to insult, you know, musicians or whatever, especially someone that it does feel like this person, I sorry, I haven't looked up who it is. I should probably do that. But the I imagine that they're a very talented musician and composer, to be honest. It's not like this music is bad to listen to. It's that there's nothing to it. There's no melody. There's nothing that catches you. And like you said, the songs themselves just start to blend together to the point where I was like, is this all one song?
Yeah,
like,
there's actually a point in the movie where they do a reprise, and I didn't
like a medley a little,
and I didn't realize they were even doing a reprise.
Yeah, I was like,
where they were doing like 3 or 4 songs combined together, and I was like, oh, it all sounds like one song.
So I was really disappointed by that, and that is what sucks. It's because I was trying so hard to like this, because it is a beautiful.
We went into this
movie.
incredibly. Some of the interesting thing about going to a film festival is you go in and you're like, you're watching stuff because you're like, I love this guy's previous work, and this sounds cool and ambitious. I have no idea. Like, we had no
first fictional film.
This is his first fictional film. We were like, and I will say, it's beautifully shot.
Oh yeah,
the production design
the salt mine location is stupid.
They shot in an actual underground salt mine that the family like lives in, and even the actual bunker itself is like this lavish bunker that apparently he based on. He was interviewing some like rich people, and he heard a story about someone told him and described their doomsday bunker. Like a rich person actually that he met had one. And he went, that's really interesting. Like, imagine what it would be like to be that guy who has to live in there because he helped destroy the world. And so, like, again, it's an interesting concept for a movie. And it's actually just crazy to me that at a certain point, he never develops the idea. I spent the whole movie. You get everything you need to know about the kind of like lonely, regretful, like insular psychological experience that these characters are going through, including the Georgia McKay character who was actually born in the bunker and learned all his history from them. And like, you know, his father is passing him down like his version of events. And you go, at some point, obviously someone from the outside is going to come in and he's going to learn that there was a different history. But it's done in a weirdly non-confrontational manner where they don't end up even getting to those dramatics. You never get the woman being like, oh yeah, your father's actually an evil man who the world hates. Yeah. And it really doesn't develop the drama. They just go, oh, it's kind of weird and sad that we live in this like bunker now and the world is dead and we kind of did it and we are in denial about that and we're trying to make a normal family move it a normal family unit still exist in the way that it would above ground. And you sit the whole movie waiting for it to go to another gear or introduce some sort of complexity, even when they bring someone in and you think it'll be a class thing, they'll try to kill the girl. That's a consideration for literally 30 seconds, and then they forget about it. Yeah. And I actually don't even know if they ever bring it up again, or and at one point they introduce a gun. At one point they introduce the fact that they have test runs of what it might be like if they have to leave their bunker and go outside, which I thought maybe their bunker would run out of air and they'd have to do that or something. Sure. Nothing. Yeah. It's the same songs, the same ideas for 2.5 hours. And it was kind of baffling, but the guy is so talented. There's so much ambition and interesting ideas and like genuinely technically impressive filmmaking, and somehow the movie just doesn't work. It was kind of shocking.
His
honestly.
Q&A was unbelievable because as soon as he started speaking, I'm like, dude, you're one of the most thoughtful people I've we've had a Q&A with. Like he was articulate. He had all these ideas about the movie. He's like, the paintings that are on the wall are supposed to be the windows to the outside, but it's still a false reality. And I'm like, that's great.
And you see it in the movie.
Yeah, but it's, and then there's like the Ingram character eventually like accepts her place in the family, and he's like, but she's also accepting a false reality. But none of the tone of the film really gets there or tells that to you in any meaningful way. It's very strange because I'm looking forward to everything he does from now on.
I'll watch the next
one.
But
I think this was a swing and a miss, and it's unfortunate. But again, Oppenheimer, you're so talented, bro. Unbelievably talented.
Yeah, one of the few negative reactions I think we're having to something that is just like I described it as a movie that is bad in the ways that only a genuinely talented filmmaker could be bad.
That's 100%. My next two, Dead Male, directed by Joe DeBoer and Kyle McConaughey. This one's interesting. Basically, they almost set it up like it's going to be a true story, but it ends up it wasn't. So they just kind of play with that. They even at the end have like...
Oh, and it was Dead Male, and what was the other one, sorry?
Sorry. I was just going to do it one at a time. But it doesn't get any better than this. Directed by Rachel Kempf and Nick Toti. But with Dead Male, it's essentially, and it's two low budget horror movies. That's why they're kind of together. Dead Male has this thing where it's playing on like it's a true story. Even by the end, they have the real characters pop up, but it's not true. So I thought that was kind of an interesting thing that they're doing, kind of just messing with history a little bit and the idea of the era. Specifically, what they're doing is this serial killer or this crazy man wants this composer of synthesizer that they uses synthesizers for his work to create his masterpiece. So he kidnaps him and monitors him and makes him do it. And then it essentially turns into him, the composer, trying to escape. And it's related to the mail room that's in the local community, getting this letter from, it's at the very beginning when he runs out in chains and then like puts a letter in the mailbox to signify he's been kidnapped. And then it's just kind of from there, the discovery of what's happening to him takes place amongst the people working in the mailroom. And then you also get cuts back and forth from that and the killer trying to, take care of him, but forcing him to work and him being tortured and all that kind of stuff. It's a little long for what it is, I'll admit, but I really did think that there was some good humor in it. The synthesizer work is really cool. It's very obviously made by someone that's kind of nerding out about the old school synths and the actual analog ones, not digital. So that was very cool, and I did end up liking it. It's just a little long, but it doesn't get any better than this. I guess both of these were probably Midnight Madness films. This is a found footage film that, and you didn't see Dead Male, right? I saw that alone. Okay, so we can just move on from that one. But so we both watched this, and it's a found footage film about some friends that are horror movie enthusiasts and supernatural enthusiasts to the point where they're kind of just looking for the supernatural occurrences and want them to happen. And so that premise alone is very interesting. What they try to do with it is make it into more of a hangout film so that you can really get to know these characters. And I think that when the more the darkness does come into play, you really do care about what has happened to them, the relationships deteriorating and all of that. So I think that the ideas are very interesting. Essentially, it just takes too long to get to those ideas. There's too much padding, in my opinion. I hate to say this because they seem like nice, cool, genuine people. I was annoyed by their characters, and I hope that that's not insulting because it feels like they're also playing versions of themselves in a lot of it.
Well, and we were saying also maybe hypocritically because we are also fellow horror nerds
I'm sure
who would wear a fucking Society t-shirt while ghost hunting as well, it's just
people eye roll at us all the time.
But I think that's just it, is like, if you're gonna do that and you're gonna do the hangout thing, I think you I don't know. There's just something about it. It's crazy that it's like an hour and 10 minutes of the movie, and that's what it is.
It's a lot.
And because it's baked into the premise, and is what makes it sort of an interesting, maybe flip on some of the found footage horror tropes, is that they aren't scared. As they are
looking for it.
They're there, and so when something goes boom, and they go, instead they go, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Which I do like, because I almost have that mentality.
But it makes the movie not feel dangerous
Yes.
for nearly the entire movie.
Yeah. And then I will say this. I want to highlight 3 parts. There's a painting that ends up happening. It's like they go through a seance, and essentially this hellmouth painting just appears on their wall, and it's like
with this
the
crazy
gates
like
in hell or
noisy
something.
ear piercing.
Yeah, it's almost
sound
like
as well.
noise metal, and it's kind of cool. And so that's very interesting. The ending shot, which I won't spoil, is honestly really dark, and I did, for the first time, feel for them. I'm like, oh, I don't want to keep it.
It's a terrific, like, scary final image. It made me go, how is there not more of this? How is there not how is that not brought up with like still an act left to go, and then the guy has to like try and like, you know, it's an implied sort of like dimensional thing or something. So I was like, yeah, how does he not have to like investigate that or look into that? And honestly, that image is so scary. I think it would make that character like not think that he's having fun anymore. And that's kind of a mode I think kind of need, because you get to, you know, it's really like, you know, it's hard to not compare it to something like the Blair Witch, but like the pressure that group feels, and the collapsing of the group dynamics and how that evolves, this really just doesn't even slightly.
They're still not
compare to
taking
that.
it seriously, even after one of their friends disappears. Like, it's that to me was just strange, and I was like, I get that you're trying to hone in on like your friendship and your personalities and stuff. It's just that at a certain point you have to start kind of acting like what you would be reacting like if your friend left your life, and like it just, I don't know, it just didn't work for me. It has been working for other people, so I'm very happy for them. I like, it's a low budget. I think it might be a first time, you know, full feature, so I wish them nothing but success, but it just didn't work for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel basically the same way. And also in terms of like meta micro-budget formal experimentation, which is something that I think people, if you like that kind of stuff, you'll be interested in checking this out just in the first place. And it's not like horrible. It's perfectly fine in those terms. It was just, I thought about that movie we talked about on the show a couple of years ago called Murder, Death, Koreatown.
Oh.
And it was just one of those movies where I thought that, yeah, it was something where I thought that kind of did a little bit of what this was already trying to do. Mm-hmm. The next double feature I'm going to choose here is one I'm going to loosely connect by what I'm going to call a psychological fixation that maybe destroys your family or destroys your life. We actually did these movies as a double feature, which was kind of fun. One of them is a movie called Sharp Corner. Which is a movie we always make time for. At least I told Jamie that every year I make time for whatever the Ben Foster movie is that's in TIFF, because he usually, honestly, always has one. Yeah. And usually it's like crime movie adjacent. Ever since Hell or High Water, I've just always liked that movie. So I was like, I like Ben Foster specifically and his performance in it. So every once in a while I get bit in the ass and I watch a movie like Finest Kind, like I did a year or two ago, and it was horrible. But this year we were like Sharp Corner. It's a sophomore Canadian feature. Already has Neon distribution too, so it has some like American appeal that I think it's going to end up getting distribution. But yeah, this was Ben Foster in a incredibly silly Canadian psychological thriller that to us sounded a bit like Cronenbergy. Like, it was hard to not read the log line of which, again, I will actually just like find it too if I can, because the way that even the log line was written was like part of the appeal of the movie, which was: after a car crashes into his front yard, a family man develops an unhealthy obsession with being ready for the next accident and then the next. And it was the sentence of the "and the next" that I went, dude, what? That's like, there's a perverse nature to that made it sound like crashy. And then the actual movie itself, it's a little bit more even lo-fi than that, or maybe more dramatically centered. So it has a bit of a Adam Agoyan is a filmmaker I thought about a little bit as well. And then with the psychological obsession with like the car accidents, I thought something like Nightcrawler. Totally. Just without the sort of economical money mindset aspect of it.
Yeah,
and
he's more like he wants to recapture like his masculinity, or he thinks also that they don't play with it too much, but it also kind of implies that there's like a some sexuality to it a little bit, because when the initial crash happens, he's having sex with his wife, and there's this one shot that I wish they kind of digged into a little more, but it's just naked Ben Foster, ass out, looking at the wreck.
Presumably hard, staring at a fucking, you know, casualty heavy car accident.
Yeah. And so what his obsession becomes is like, well, I can save the person. So then you start seeing him buy like a dummy so that he can practice CPR on it, in which he has to hide from his wife because he knows it's fucking weird.
And it's funny. Like the movie is funny. Like, again, funny. This fixation and obsession that this character has, and the voyeuristic thrill and how sort of vulturous he is, and, you know, and how unhealthy the psychological damage he is taking to be like, I'm going to save future victims. And then he gets to the point where he's like stalking some of their loved ones at the funerals. And then it does gradually develop into, I won't spoil it, but a little bit more of a sicker and more unstable relationship with these things as he realizes it needs to have a point or a catharsis, because his family is like, dude, we don't get it. Why don't we just fucking move? If there's a sharp corner out front of our house, which again is what the movie is named after, that it's just such a sharp corner, regular accidents are occurring all the time. It's almost humorous. But the accidents are also grisly, and the sequences, like there's one where he, he's so excited that he actually gets distracted and forgets his kid, and the camera even follows him out of the car to be like, you stay in the car, I'm gonna go check this out. And it's like a dude in a fireball and like someone else who's been like impaled, and he's, you know, and he has this sick, like, that's fucking crazy, you know. And then he justifies it by being like, I live on the corner, I can get here faster than the first responders. So I should be prepared to do something. But then it's like, also on some level, aren't you kind of wishing that it happened? Yeah. Aren't you kind of, you know, psychologically encouraging this violence and stuff like that? And just, and to see that, and also for to be it so embodied in Ben Foster's performance, where he is, it's really worth noting, playing against type, and kind of brilliantly. He's not doing any of the macho brooding.
He's kind of like hunched over. He's kind of got like limp limbs a little bit, just because he doesn't want to show any like strength.
He's honestly a little flamboyant. He's goofy. He's emasculated. He's cartoonishly polite and chipper, like office drone dad.
He's like Ned Flanders almost in a way. Yeah, like perverted Ned Flanders.
Yeah, like imagine Ned Flanders starred in Cronenberg's Crash or something like that. And that's actually partially like it's kind of like a silly way of describing it, but that is what the movie is. And credit to the director here too, Jason Buxton. I think that, you know, with more money, he could, I think, do, you know, something even a little bit more, but he has decent control of tone, and he has decent control of just like actually kind of subtle camera work.
Yes.
And like economical framing, the way that it gets into his mind, and the framing will, you know, slowly pan over to the road as he's thinking about, man, I hope an accident happens, while he's like reading a kid his book or something like that.
One of my favorite moments is just the subtle moment where he's taking out the trash and he puts it down, and then he just goes whoop, and pushes it just a little further to make it maybe there's an accident. Yeah, like it's fucking awesome. I really enjoyed it. And Ben Foster is the highlight for sure.
So that one was very good, and I wanted to pair it with Friendship.
Oh, hell yeah.
Which is the new Tim Robinson movie, which I know that Jamie has seen more of his TV show than I have.
I've seen all 3 seasons actually.
Wow. Okay. So I've not seen the full show. I've seen sketches that like people have sent me, and found him, you know, his like unhinged kind of bizarro, shouty kind of nature to his comedy.
He has a very specific way he delivers lines that some of the lines might not even be that funny on the surface, but it's the way he does it. He's such a strange character.
Yeah. So watching him translate that to a, you know, like a sort of narrative feature is cool. I think it does have a little bit of the sort of scattershot inconsistency that you get with obviously someone who's really talented at sketch comedy, graduating to try to make a coherent 90-minute like feature with like characters. And there's moments where you feel like the movie will just, in a cool way, it'll derail itself to be like, would be a funny gag. Yes. Even if it's like inconsistent with maybe like the current tone of the scene, or it's inconsistent with maybe what a character was even doing in the last scene.
Which can lead to like some actually great jokes. Sometimes it feels a little whiplashy, but some of the greatest jokes in the movie are because of that too. Like the subway trip, for instance. What they do is like, you're used to these tripping sequences that seems to happen in every fucking buddy comedy now, where someone takes shrooms and then you have a sequence. This time he does ayahuasca, and instead of making it this extreme, like, I'm gonna see CGI waterfalls and like go on some weird bender in public or something, he has a 1-minute scene that's incredibly cleanly framed. Like there's not a speck of dirt on this thing, where he just goes to Subway, orders a sandwich. It's that simple, and then he wakes up and he goes, "The fuck, that was my experience." It's when you see
I ordered a sandwich.
Yeah, when you see it in its tone and its timing, it is one of the funniest subversive ways to go about a trip that you think you're about to watch, and the movie's full of things like that, and
the camaraderie with Paul Rudd is fantastic.
Yes, and they try to make Paul Rudd like super charming and hot, even the way they and cool, the way that they frame him. Like he's always like, he's got a mustache and he's smoking a cigarette and he just says,
he's in a punk band.
Yeah.
And it's literally just like, it's exactly what male bonding is like.
Yeah.
They're just like, you briefly meet this guy, he's so cool, you pick up on some of his habits and some of the things that he shows you, then you go, I can't wait to be friends with this guy. But then he weirds them out, and he loses this friend group, and he becomes just like really hysterical about like
not having that friendship
getting this
anymore.
Friendship back, because this guy was his neighbor and he had a shot and he kind of ruined it.
Yeah, and it does seem like a guy that's been disconnected from people his entire life. So
like the relationship with his family, that's partially why I was thinking about the comparison, because he doesn't become fixated on car crashes, he becomes fixated on Paul Rudd and like being best friends with him, and he has all these fantasy visions of what they would do together if they drove a Corvette together and if they were playing in a band together. He buys a drum kit, and then he does it at the expense of like ruining a bit of his relationship with his wife, played by Kate Mara, and their son, which is, there's a great bit too where he's just like, if you want a best pal, have a son, because he can't leave you, he can't betray you, like
it's incredible. And I love too that they just undercut every part of his life. Like Kate Mara is obviously way out of his league, and they play that over and over again with this like hot firefighter friend that she has or whatever, that's definitely making him feel emasculated and all of that. It's very funny.
There's an amazing Conor O'Malley cameo, speaking of Rap World, too.
That was so cool to see. I had no idea he was in it. He just pops up. I'm like, this is the week of Conor O'Malley. Let's go. And yeah, his was one of the best. He has a hilarious line that's just in passing, where he just goes, "You know what? And for one, I think we should stay in Afghanistan." And it's just like, and it's you don't even see him say it. They do it just as you're focused. Yeah, you're focused on Tim, but in passing, you're just hearing him give a speech at a party, and it's the most outlandish, ridiculous thing. It's very funny. But yeah, so I also really enjoyed it. My double feature is also 2 comedies, just to keep that going, I guess. Rumors, directed by Guy Maddin, Galen Johnson, and Evan Johnson, 3 directors for this bad boy. All very funny guys, by the way. We had the Q&A with them after, and they were hilarious. I'll say what it is. It's an annual G7 summit, so you have all the world leaders come together, and essentially they just kind of get lost in the woods, because the woods become, it's almost like it's forming into a different reality of some kind, like they're losing themselves and losing where they really are in the world. It's
and it's a bit of a step for Guy Maddin, for anyone who's familiar with the Canadian
and this was
like comic surrealist mode of him, where he sometimes blends documentary techniques, he sometimes blends like silent horror techniques. This is him doing an actual like fiction ensemble feature with like big actors. Like Kate Blanchett is. We got to see Kate Blanchett too, which is cool.
That was very cool. And specifically, because I hadn't seen him in anything, I guess, but this guy that plays the Canadian Prime Minister, Roy Dupuy, so funny. They basically make the Canadian Prime Minister into this like old hunk where he's got a man bun and shaved sides, and he's like romanticizing everything and romantic with the women.
At first everyone's annoyed because he's like, oh, he's the Canadian guy, so he's super emotional, and we kind of are annoyed by that. But then also when the situation gets more into the comic horror surrealism of Guy Maddin, and they're dealing with like, I gotta say, it's like the fact that it's G7 leaders, but they're dealing with like bog zombies and like giant like neon colored brains, and like some AI pedophile hunter shit comes up at one point, which is a great recurring gag in the movie.
My favorite part of it all is, and this, we only really learned this through the Q&A, was that they were like, anytime we thought that we were making some political point or big statement, we just took a left turn and made a joke about it. And so that's why it's consistently funny. And yes, it's unpredictable, and it doesn't feel like anyone's preaching to you whatsoever. It's still able to make some critiques in here, but it's just based around the comedy, and I absolutely adore that.
Oh yeah, I mean, one of the greatest gags in the whole movie, which was so funny when they explained it, they were like, we've had to answer this question literally 100 times on this press tour already. Someone said, why is Charles Dance, who's playing the American president, why does he use his British accent? Because they were like that, like the people couldn't get past that, and they went, one, we thought that was funny. Like that was it. They were like, one, Charles Dance hasn't had a beautiful voice. There's a reason he's hired for what he does. He can also, Brits can a lot of the time are very good at doing American accents, and they were like, Charles Dance is also very good at doing an American accent. We told him not to because we just thought that was funny. We just said, what if the American president, a part of his gag is that he's he's a presidential, he has that aura around him, but he's very sophisticated and British, and also just like falls asleep all the time, and there will be just random gag shots throughout. They're dealing with like a horrifying situation that they're trying to escape, and he's just like sleeping in the corner or something.
He's holding this cane.
But yeah, and Guy Maddin actually made a very funny comment where they said, we actually think Charles Dance has had to answer this question so many times that he will probably kill us the next time he sees us, because we made it look like he can't do an American accent or something. Like that's why people think that's happening, but they were like, no, it's just funny.
Yeah, they even said it. They're like, he can do a great American accent. It was very, very funny, and also having 3 directors actually ended up working for it too, because I think it adds to the unpredictability, because they were talking about being on set, and the actors would have to be like, which director do I come up to for the proper motivation of this scene, and it basically was just like whoever they ended up talking to, that's the direction they got. So you do have like kind of a very loose feeling to it all, that I think is very funny and consistently funny, and I was surprised by it because it's strange. It is a very strange movie, but
it's just so visually imaginative.
It is.
Like it's like in that really beautiful kind of artificial way where you're just like, and God, and so many funny lines. The one where they really upset the Canadian Prime Minister, and he's like, "I love strong women." Yeah. He has to like announce that, and there's a great part too where, because again he's being done in this like Hallmark handsome like cartoon Canadian like hero kind of way, and there's this great moment where they have to like pull across a like a ferry or whatever, and literally it's him like almost like shirtless like pulling on this rope, being like, "Whoo." And you have like Kate Blanchett just being like sweat,
just
like,
a hunk,
and like Lord of the Rings style music is like playing, and it's doing it in like slow motion. It's just incredibly.
Yep. And the one I'm pairing it with, just simply because it's another comedy, is Saturday Night with Jason Reitman, or directed by Jason Reitman.
Well, we went to Toronto International Film Festival. We had to watch a Jason Reitman.
Of course.
He's Toronto royalty, son of Ivan Reitman.
I think let's see what I have watched from him real briefly. So I've got Ghostbusters, which is trash. Juno, which I think is okay. Thank You for Smoking's okay. So I don't hate this director by any means, but I know a lot of people aren't really loving aspects of this, like how it's basically what it is doing is it's showing the scramble before the very first airing of the very first episode of SNL.
It's really the anxiety of Birdman. Behind the scenes, floating camera, all of this crazy chaos happening in these long takes and behind the scenes before the first night before SNL airs, the very first episode. Before anybody knew that it was going to be a huge hit and a cultural sensation and all that.
So it kind of has this like the pacing of it is very propulsive, and it keeps going, and you're constantly getting like, oh, there's this celebrity and that celebrity and this person that's been behind the scenes for SNL and all of that. It is definitely built for SNL heads, and it is definitely built to say like, it has a lot of moments where they're setting up those cliches a little bit, where they're like, you're never gonna make it, you're just a kid that's in over his head, all that kind of stuff. And I can imagine that things like that happened. I do understand that a lot of people's critiques right now is that this compact 2 hours and all these events clearly didn't happen right before the first airing of SNL, and they just figured it out, in that time. But I understand also, I think what they're trying to represent is the scramble for doing a live improvised show, where like I as a performer in bands, I hate being unrehearsed. I want to be so rehearsed that it's just like I have everything down. It gives me such anxiety and nerves if I don't have that. So when I do have a respect for watching people scramble to make this kind of thing happen every single week. Coming up with new skits, rehearsing just the day before,
Yeah.
hoping
and
for the best.
obviously the idea of SNL when it started is a cool idea.
Absolutely.
Like you
And
get
I will say,
all
I
of these
love it.
underground comedians who like were still in clubs and who were very different than what like the current like old school late night guys were like, and they obviously had a postmodern sensibility for some of them. Like you have guys who make cameo appearances in the movie, or not cameo, but like are played by actors in the movie and represented. But you got like Jim Henson in here, George Carlin, Billy Crystal, Dan Aykroyd, Belushi, Chevy Chase, and like so everyone who was there on like when it started, and it was cool. And they do show like they have the Mr. Sammy Fableman playing Lorne Michaels as the guy who put this together, put these guys in one place. And I remember us talking about it when we did our Albert Brooks episode, where they were like, how cool is it like someone like Albert Brooks had a place where he could go on TV and do the weird shit that he did. And because like he's in the first season of SNL doing some of his weird sort of like art piece comedy movies that he did and skits and sketches and whatnot. But so cool idea for a show. Obviously for me it was just the way that it approaches it as it's almost like, remember when SNL was a cool countercultural thing?
Oh, for sure.
And it is like a self-filleting, like we are isn't it like so important that we happened and that we changed the world, and you watch it and you just go,
well, because it's like now we also know what it became, and I don't like it at all, really. I don't watch it. Oftentimes when I do, I go, I don't know why I started, to be honest. It's and the whole thing, I do believe it's like probably the first few years or 10 years, I don't know exactly the timeline, but
we aren't crazy
SNL
SNL heads. That's worth noting.
Yes.
Maybe if you are, you might either have a more negative reaction because you hate seeing your favorite history misrepresented, or two, you really like it because you just it does give you that hey thing. You couldn't see me point there. I was pointing. It's one of those I recognize that thing.
Yeah,
like,
there is
it's Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah,
it's Belushi.
There is a lot of that. I guess for me, it's like, and I'm still wrestling with it. I think I am liking this more than you and most of the people that we watched it with. I think it's just, I have a real respect for performance, and I have a real respect for like trying to. This seems like it would be a fucking nightmare to get together and do. You know what I mean? So I have a respect for that, and I think the film, just with its pacing, does give you that sense of anxiety that would happen before a live show like this. And I think that's also why they compact all of these events that clearly didn't happen within 2 hours into the 2 hours, to give you that sense of anxiety and how much they have to juggle all the time. But anyway, I'm still wrestling with it. I think people will like it. That's for sure. It's got a 3.6 on Letterboxd. This is going to be a fun movie
I
for
made
people.
my review and I pointed out that it was just like, if imagine scenes from Birdman, but characters saying things like, "Mark my words, you will never ever be a famous comedy star, Mr. Chevy Chase."
Yeah, stuff like that.
And someone commented and they were on that. Oh, so it's going to win Best Picture, you mean?
Yeah. No, it is. It definitely has that.
It's going to be a crowd pleaser too. It's just a bunch of young, talented comedians playing, dress up as old talented
and they do have
comedians
good
when they were
timing
young,
because they're comedians. So it's like,
and it's a biopic and it's a period piece and it's hitting all the marks.
Yeah.
Jason Reitman's searching for a specific kind of
definitely. It's a crowd pleaser in that sense, and that actually might piss you off. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
It kind of depends. Speaking of that, though, and speaking of maybe like Oscar potential, I have a double feature that aligns maybe two of the performances that I think had a lot of buzz leaving the film festival, which is one on the actress side, Night Bitch. With Amy Adams that I want to talk about, and then on the actor side, and maybe even supporting actor side as well, Conclave with Ralph Fiennes, who I think a lot of people are buzzing about being that might be returning back to an Oscar nomination, and same with some of the supporting roles, because you do have a crazy supporting cast in that, including like Stanley Tucci, Isabella Rossellini is in there, and John Lithgow too, actually, who I really enjoy in that movie. But speaking on Night Bitch specifically, it was directed by Marielle Heller, who's a director I actually think is talented. Did Diary of a Teenage Girl, Can You Ever Forgive Me, and the Tom Hanks Mr. Rogers movie, A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood, which I actually thought was a quite good-looking movie, and a good movie just in general. And Amy Adams, I was looking at like the last 10 years and I was a little like, what happened, Amy? What are we doing? She's been making some odd choices. This one is actually one of the less odd ones because I actually see exactly, I mean, it's based on a bestseller. That's something that you're going to get a lot of attention based on that. The other aspect though is it's a cool role and it's a thorny role. It's a movie about motherhood, and it's a movie about her specifically. She's a former artist who becomes a stay-at-home mom and raises their toddler in the suburbs. But she slowly realizes that she's being driven insane by this, this sort of patriarchal task that she's contributing to, and thinking about the history, the mythological history of motherhood, the primal nature of motherhood, this idea of giving birth is a violent experience, it's an animal experience. And so the concept for the book and thus the movie is that she starts to transform into a feral beast, a dog, a night bitch. Yeah. And that's functionally the idea. And I think part of I didn't immediately dislike this movie. I was kind of with the concept, and there's a brief moment where it goes kind of like body horror mode, where I went too brief. It's too brief, and also there's a part where there's like a transformation sequence where I almost thought they were going to go like American Werewolf in London mode or something, where she's turning into one of the dogs, and you just that's the direction I expected it to go in, because it is it's a kind of a provocative and challenging idea regarding motherhood, that it is like this ugly experience, and it's not a pleasant experience. It's not like a beautiful homemaker making dinner and the husband comes home. There's something, like it feels like it's coming from a real genuine place of someone who has seen and is being truthful about the darker side of what mothers go through. That come with it. Yeah, and so it's a neat idea that you just expect to go a little bit more full throttle with the ugliness, and to really dive into those ideas. And instead, the movie is trying to be a little bit more of like a crowd pleaser, a little bit more something like for your mom to watch. And so as a result, it really does at a certain point pull back. And it just goes, we are not going to articulate this as like a provocative, maybe a slightly horror movie. This is going to be a sentimental dramedy. And it does actually go to some kind of more simple, clean places than you would expect in kind of like the final stretch of it. And it does really do it in a little bit of a, I don't know, I am woman, hear me roar. Yes. Like kind of, just like, I don't know what you call it, like a motivational poster, almost kind of sense of sentimentality, which is considering just like the feral nature of some of the ugly things it's actually trying to discuss in public, because it is a confrontationally feminist idea for a movie, and then it just packages it in much too cleanly of a pleasing fashion, I think, for awards potential.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do think that Amy Adams is quite good in it. I think it is consistently funny. We were laughing most of the film. Even by the end, when I thought, I don't know if this is for me, I was still like, I can't deny that this is a funny comedy in some sense. It's just, I think it really just boils down to, I wanted more from the transition. I wanted that, like, if this is truly her, like, animalistic primal side coming out, then I want that to be expressed physically through the filmmaking and maybe through some effects. When they do have kind of a transformation, it's very clean, and I was like, well, I don't like this, like you said, it should be an American Werewolf in London kind of thing. So yeah, no, I totally agree. It just fell short for me in that regard, and I wanted it to go a little further.
And we kind of felt the same way about Conclave, at least falling short. Because Conclave, for me, actually... Yeah, Conclave is a weird one that we are going to really, really dance around a major spoiler. So, because I will...
It's essential to the whole conversation.
And also it's something that... I was actually making people, I think, more intrigued by describing it that way. So it might have that effect on you guys as well. But like for I'd say about 80 to 90% of this movie, the basic concept of Ray Fiennes being like, I forget what the role is actually titled or whatever, but he's functionally like overseeing the managerial aspect of the election of a new pope after a pope has passed away. And what it turns into is this kind of backroom Vatican power struggle politicking. And it almost turns into a bit of like a conspiracy thriller or like a detective procedural where, the Pope isn't murdered, but functionally he's trying to see all the scheming the other popes are doing to win power and become the next pope. And like that idea is a very solid idea. The guy who made this is this guy Edward Berger, who just got a bunch of Oscar wins for All Quiet on the Western Front. In terms of like just technically shooting movies, maintaining tone, you know, he's a very solid filmmaker. There's hints that he might be doing the next Bond, and he might tune up something like that. That's a good role for him. Like that's kind of the skill that he has. Like the filmmaking craft here is solid. It's just one of those things where at a certain point, like all of that stuff is good enough. I was willing to ignore some of the wonkier elements of the movie, which for one was an overbearing score, in my opinion, which was by the same guy who won for Western Front. And people might remember that was a very loud, like big score. And it kind of makes sense for a war movie. For sure. It makes a lot less sense for me, especially starting at 100 the way that it does in this movie, when it's people talking in rooms.
It also implies that this is, I mean, you know, it is kind of important, especially like in this realm of people and everything, but it also implies that this isn't as funny as it is. Like the movie
it's
is
a silly movie,
and the movie is
and it's a liberal like fantasy election allegory thing.
So the music is going like, take this seriously, isn't this thrilling and suspenseful? But then all the interactions are actually like kind of funny, and purposely so. I don't think that's a mistake. And it leads to a particular ending that's also played for laughs that I think is questionable. I understand, and we're going to be dancing around this. I understand what it's trying to do from the perspective of Fiennes' character. It's just that when you're also making a grand statement, which you've been doing this entire time about the election analogy and everything else.
Yeah, apparently it was written around the time of like Dawn. It was like 10 years ago. Okay, 10 years ago. It was around the time
Trump
of like
and,
Trump v. Hillary.
Yeah.
And the movie came out just in time for what it thought was going to be Trump versus Biden. Right. And so it sounds like that was what they were aiming for a bit. Like there is an element to it where it is like, it is two versions of the Vatican going head to head. It is the, the tolerant, anti-hate, like culturally progressive, diverse wing of the church, who is, like pro-gay marriage, and they are like interfaith. They are pro, different races and countries being allowed into the church and everything like that. And those characters are all accidentally splitting their vote and threatening the election of the bigoted, like return to the tradition, culturally conservative Pope. And so you watch that and you're just like, okay, so I get it. You have some thoughts about who people should be voting for, and maybe you should suck it up and vote for the Democrat, or like maybe like it does feel a little bit like that, with a couple like philosophical conversations where they do debate it a little bit.
Oh, for sure.
All that kind of stuff.
It's not as heavy-handed as like, can I get a witness? But it's still pretty heavy-handed. Yeah. It is built for audiences to sit there. Like the amount of times instead of laughter, there was clapping because I'm just so self-satisfied.
Unfortunately, when you watch this at a very, very like at a TIFF audience, you will get those kinds of people who like. There was a line that said,
I think it affected my watching experience.
Me too a bit. There's a line that Ray Fiennes gets where he's literally like, "Is it really come down to we can only vote for like who's the worse or who's like the slightly better option?"
Yeah, which is what you hear all the time. Right
and
now.
Literally, people were like,
"Yeah, like I've said that at my workplace before. Bravo." You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I think, and to be honest, to be fair to the film,
it's so self-satisfied in that way.
Yes, it is. And to be fair to the film, though, I think that didn't help my experience. I do want to retackle this just in my living room, and it's possible I could just 3 this thing and be like, yeah, it's fine until a certain point.
You just have to ignore the last also 5 minutes, which we will not talk about, but it feels like it takes that allegory to a really extreme place.
But then silly in some regard, which is weird.
And for some reason it's executed in just a completely baffling way where, again, I think you understand the idea. It's trying to be, I think, an ally. It's trying to be a progressive and about acceptance and all of this, but it does it in just a really, really baffling way that in both, Jamie and I saw it at different screenings, resulted in huge shocked laughter. That
and which I think it's supposed to be,
which is
weird,
which is weird, which again no one will understand what we're saying until you watch it, and we legitimately will not be saying it.
Yeah,
so
it's too crude, like it's a huge spoiler. So
But yeah, so Conclave didn't end up kind of being for us, but who knows? A lot of people fucking loved it.
Yeah, so, my dad's gonna fucking love this movie. I'll tell you.
Your parents will love it. Actually, that's kind of the combination there too between Night Bitch and Conclave. True. Your parents will love them.
Yeah. Your mom's gonna love Night Bitch, and your dad's gonna love.
And
Conclave.
those actors are going to be nominated, very likely.
Yep, absolutely. I think it's mine. So my next double. Also, this is starting. These doubles are starting to get a little more obscure. I'm not exactly sure, but
we're doing just what we got left.
Do what we got left. Else, directed by Thibault Emin. It's a French body horror film. Pretty simple premise that it just takes to the absolute extreme, which is that essentially all of matter is kind of fusing together. And so for an example, it's the guy has a phobia of germs and kind of sickness and everything else, and he's now watching these people basically fuse together with whatever material they're sitting on, attached to, touching, whatever it is. So the example would be if I'm touching a table and I don't move it for hours, eventually I will become part of that table. And the body horror element comes from them slowly having that happen and them having to like tear away from it, and it actually rips their arm because they're attached to it now, and then I won't spoil it, but it becomes this abstract alien takeover almost, and it's just really you're just watching it get to the extreme. It could match up with The Substance in a sense, just to watch one idea kind of just go to the furthest end of it. And I really took to it.
And also the Sickos of France.
Yes.
Because I think she's French too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think Revenge is French, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so there you go. The French, man, they're killing it on the body horror. I have to admit.
New French Extremity. It was a movement for a reason.
Yeah, it's I'm loving it. I really do. And then the other one, and it was, strangely enough, it's because
Hard Truths.
That would be great. Strangely enough, I did this one just because of one particular sequence, which you will know what I'm talking about. Queer, directed by Luca Guadagnino, who has been killing it. I mean, I don't know if anyone has seen Challengers, but go see Challengers. It's fucking awesome. But this was
and also prepare yourself for the exact same crew of Challengers, but the absolute opposite in almost every regard.
Oh yeah, this is a sad movie. Daniel Craig, though, by the way, this is probably it's probably his best performance ever. And he is going to be nominated. If he's not, I just don't understand what they're doing. It would be insanely shocking.
It's so vulnerable. It's so sweaty. It's such an incredible performance, which for anyone who is unfamiliar, it's an adaptation of William S. Burroughs.
Which we did talk about with Naked Lunch.
Yeah, and his novella follow-up, I think, to Junkie, which might have even been his first one. But it's literally his story that is like the most autobiographical. Like it is literally Daniel Craig is functionally playing William S. Burroughs shortly after he accidentally shot and killed his wife, hiding out in Mexico City, doing heroin and hooking up with men.
Yeah, particularly like young men, like 19, 20.
Yes, and that's ultimately like what this picks up on, is that Daniel Craig is, he's drunken, he's drug addicted, he's having promiscuous sex in Mexico, and it's Burroughs clearly working through like this horrible loss of connection that he had and trying really, really hard to find, he has this just hole in him somewhere that he needs to fill, and it's a state of mind that Luca just really achieves visually through this like artfully artificial, like Latin American, like picaresque travelogue type thing. Because from what I understand, this is mostly shot in like studio and like on sets and stuff like that. And actually, some of it is so good looking that I was like, some of that has to be location work. I don't know if I believe it. It looks good.
Honestly, I was surprised I didn't think I even knew that before going in. And
there's
we
like
talked
painted
after.
backdrops and stuff too.
Yeah, we talked after, and I was like, oh wait, that was a set. I honestly thought it was location.
There's real texture to it. There's a real sense of like sensuality to the movie. And Daniel Craig is so weary and so lonely and drunken. The way that he's rocking that Alfredo Garcia white suit that just gets dirtier as the movie goes on, downing tequila, shooting heroin.
I feel like it's so subtle the way it it just leads you into the sadness. I was honestly having a more romantic feeling about it, even though there's a lot of obviously like questionable things. It's just that it's so bright, like it's sunny a lot of the time in the first two chapters. Well, really the first chapter, it gets to the heroin addiction in the second, and withdrawals, and that gets very dark. But initially it's like him meeting the guy. It's like he is charming. And Luca using the soundtrack, like he's playing Nirvana songs like Come As You Are and stuff. And he's using it in a way I've never seen
New
before.
Order song too. That's amazing.
Yeah, but it almost comes off as like kind of cool and a little bit romantic, and then it just
because he's doing a Beat
gets
Generation
so
thing,
sad.
right? I think he even mentioned in an interview that I saw where it's like the Beat Generation was all about youthful rebellion. It was playfulness and it was fucking with the form, and so I think that's his idea. It's like, I'm not just doing a period biopic of William S. Burroughs. I'm adapting Burroughs, and Burroughs had a certain like revolutionary style of prose. He had a certain sort of provocative nature to the way that he told stories and the way that he so he was like, I want to be truthful to that in my own style, which he is in terms of the artificiality of it, the use of soundtrack, but also the way that he is incorporating Burroughs' own life and who he was later in life. When he published Queer in the 1980s, he wrote a foreword where he was like, I can't even like read this manuscript anymore because it reminds me of like a part of my life that I like am not anymore. And it's horrible years that I don't want to relive, and so the movie is kind of reliving them for him, but doing so. And again, Luca has a very sensitive style, like people who like Call Me By Your Name. It's funny, he does both. He'll do something like Call Me By Your Name, which is so in tune with his character's emotions, and then he'll do something like Suspiria, which is just very confrontationally disturbing. And this does feel like he's kind of doing a little bit of both at the same time.
I honestly didn't think, like, I liked this movie throughout, but the first two chapters I was having a little bit of a difficult time because he is kind of like, he's unlikable in the sense that he's a very selfish man.
He's pursuing a straight 19-year-old guy in Mexico and basically being like, look, I'm a rich gay dude, and I am offering you sort of like a financial contract to like become my traveling companion, like have sex, try and like have a relationship with me, because he's that desperate for romantic connection and for love. And he's so infatuated with this guy, which is apparently a new actor, by the way, a newcomer named Drew. I
thought he looked familiar, so that's wild.
Yeah, well, apparently he's been in like maybe like two other movies before, but it was like Love, Simon, or there was like some other one where it was like it's not even like a lead character or something. It's Drew Starkey is his name. The Hate You Give is the other movie I guess that he was in. And the guy is like, he is like young, and he is like on some level he is bi-curious. He does have consensual sex with the Daniel Craig character, but it's just he's someone who's just trying it out, and he doesn't know if he'll actually ever, really love him in the way that this like an older man needs, because he's a young guy. He's exploring his interests. This isn't like a life or death, I need this in my life thing for him. He's just, and the thorniness of that relationship where he is like, I'm technically paying you to be nice and not ignore me. And you need to be, and there are times where they're intimate with each other and they have pretty graphic sex together, and they do actually seem like they're connecting. And then there will be other times where he's like, okay, no, I fulfilled my obligation, I'm gonna go do other shit now. And Daniel Craig is like heartbroken by that. Even, and the whole movie walks that line in that relationship where it's really thorny, to the point where it actually gets quite funny, and it goes full Burroughs with a third act where they go into a fucking Lost City of Z like jungle expedition looking for MK Ultra telepathy drugs, because that's how badly he wants to connect with this man. And we won't spoil where it goes from there.
But there's I wouldn't even call it body horror. Well, there is a moment of that, but what it transitions into is something that I thought was honestly one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life visually, and I've never seen anything like it. And that's all I'll say there. But then it gets so abstract in the epilogue and everything, and I was just, it gets
psychedelic. It almost reminded me of 2001: A Space Odyssey a little bit, like honestly. The ending. So
it made me understand it more, because I was just so I was having a hard time with how much of a just a very questionable human being he is, in the sense of his morals and motivations and all of that. And then the third act and epilogue happened, and I was like, oh my God, this is the saddest thing I've ever seen. And I think I understand you
I
more.
got to the end of it and I felt like hollowed out by the movie. I was like, I can't believe how badly this guy realizes, like, he's forcing something that he needs and coming to the realization that forcing it is not going to work, and that maybe he will just like never find it. And you know, it's like looking back at his life, like how Burroughs did when he wrote that forward, and being like, you know, it feels like time has passed and he's remembering so much of what we're seeing. This almost like it's like a memory of a life that never worked out. It's so sad. And honestly, for adapting Burroughs, I think people will, because so many people will have Naked Lunch in mind. I think, and you do get some of the drug fueled like psychedelic aspect,
and some of the bug aspect too, which is kind of interesting.
A tiny bit, yeah. So it's just like the elements are there, and the weirdness is there, and the things you want out of Burroughs are there. But it's also just done in just such a harrowingly vulnerable, devastating way where, yeah, like there's a moment where he shoots heroin and it's just a 5-minute shot of Daniel Craig shooting heroin and looking dead inside. And it's the right call for that scene, because another filmmaker I could just so easily see being like, we're going to go into a crazy, trippy drug sequence or something. And it doesn't, it just, he's
Well, that
like,
was wild, because if I remember correctly, the music is actually kind of upbeat, but all the shot is just a still shot of him sitting there and just feeling kind of numb even after heroin. And it's like
they need to play that whole shot when he gets nominated for the Oscar.
Then that's what they play. Oh my God, yeah, that'd be amazing. But
this is great. I do think that people going into it after the high of Challengers will be shocked at how restrained and tender and like low key this is. Despite the fact that it is still surreal and funny and very Burroughs. But Luca, very clearly, he's in love with this material. He really clearly, you know, relates to Burroughs, I think, in some complex and interesting ways. And even just the way he translates some ideas, I think people will be really excited to see translated for the first time, because there's a thing that Burroughs frequently described as he felt like he had a translucent body. Mm-hmm. And there's Luca actually shoots that in here with like dissolving sequences of maybe almost like astral projection style imagery that just looks amazing. So yeah, Luke, definitely one of the best directed movies we watched, and visually. Oh
yeah, I'll remember some of those shots forever. I'm just gonna try. This is getting into just random at this point, but The Shadow Strays, directed by Timo. How do you say this? Timo Tjahjanto, I think. Timo Tjahjanto. This thing is one of the most violent movies consistently I've ever seen. It's unrelenting.
And we knew it would be.
Yeah.
The Night Comes for Us was on our top movies of the year in 2018.
It seems to be his mode. He loves weaponry, and he loves just slicing up the human body in some creative way, over and over and over again in a different location. Now, it will be kind of, it can be exhausting for some people. If this isn't your lane, you're probably going to hate this. This is 2.5 hours of straight fucking bodily just harm. And I really like it, but it's just a young assassin defies her mother and organization, hell-bent on rescuing a boy who lost his mother to a powerful crime syndicate. It really is just fighting after fighting after fighting.
But it does the same thing that Night Comes for Us did, which was that it was a hybrid of a couple genres we like all separately mashed together, which is like criminal underworld power struggle thriller, athletic martial arts straight up face melter, like the choreography and is insane, and then also extreme splatter horror, I think, is like the degree that is unique to him, because you've seen other people do things like, I don't know, like The Raid is incredibly violent too, and I would argue that it's quite gory.
Those would be good comparisons for these types of films too.
He extends it to like almost like at times like a body horror level, where he is like, no, you're really gonna see this face just get absolutely shredded, and then I'm gonna come back to it and put another object into it, and then it's gonna like explode or something. Like, it's just how many different things can he do? They basically, his movies play like sadistically gory John Woo movies, and Peter Kaplowski, who programmed the film, called this like his like hard boiled. Because it has just like that kind of structure to it, and it does also have a double like industrial warehouse finale. Not like a hospital, but it's more like that middle centerpiece set piece in Hard Boiled. But yeah, it's literally just like a lady Splinter Cell ninja order who have been programmed to like kill people, almost like Terminator style. Basically being like, I am going to actually kill people for protections for emotional purposes, and I'm going to protect this young boy who lost his mother because she's also an orphan. She connects to that idea. And the rest of the movie is her going up Jakarta's chain of drug and sex trafficking club owners and just going like meeting all kinds of hilarious characters, including a psychotic like Tony Montana wannabe fail son who like straight up, you know, has his like grenade launcher and white suit moment in the middle of the like warehouse set piece and everything like that. But yeah, the movie's just so vicious. It's so bloody. The set pieces in this are unbelievable. The choreography and the violence, the levels of violence, the, you know, you get the opening Yakuza one even is one of my favorites in the whole movie, but it's like ninjas mixed with like high-tech craft. So it's like katana and machine gun and night vision and nail bombs, and they're doing all of that stuff while also doing the like Kill Bill blood geyser like decapitations and shit like that as well.
One of my favorite shots that I don't think I've seen in any other movie is when she actually has the heat sensor, and she just shoot like I can't remember how she does it, but she blows up a head, and so you just see the heat of a human being in the head, and then it just explodes and disappears, and it just becomes blue because there's nothing left. And it's just things like that. He just finds constant creative ways to destroy the body, and I respect it and I love it. It's so much fun. Another one, The Shrouds, directed by David Cronenberg. This, I will say this. Well, let me tell you what it's about first. But essentially, it's about a CEO, kind of like a tech guy that's created this technology in which you can watch your loved ones or the people that pass away literally deteriorate and decompose. And in his way, it feels like he has a connection to them again, and he can still watch them. And it's almost like even possibly a way of them living on because they're still... the time is still affecting them and stuff like that. And then Cronenberg also, of course, because it's classic Cronenberg, he's including kind of a sexual element to it as well, because his wife passed away, correct?
From cancer.
Right. And so he had this idea, and we had a Q&A with him after, and he said that he had this kind of obsession because it's like, I had this one body that I was connected to for so long, for 45 years, and now it's gone. And he doesn't know what to do with that.
Yeah, but that's what's so cool, because he basically said, like, I was experiencing intense grief, and I went to every grief book. I watched all the high literature where everyone says, you know, this is the best book on grief. And he named, I don't remember them all, but he named like a ton of them. And he was like, I did not find comfort in these books because none of them were describing the experience I felt, which was that I lost someone who was a sexual partner, someone I had a deep, tangible sexual connection to for decades of my life. And then suddenly, not only were they put in the ground and are they decaying, their body started failing. And there's moments where he brings it up in the movie that feels so sad, where it's just like, you know, she's like, can I even have sex with you because, or are your bones so weak that they'll break? Which is a moment that happens in the movie. And there's another part where he has Vincent Cassel, who it's very hilariously dressed up to look exactly like
he's
him.
Got the white hair, black blazer.
When David Cronenberg walked out, everyone, it was like,
Vincent here?
he looked dressed like Vincent Cassel in the movie. Like, it's so obviously modeled after him. And there's a line that he gets where he's just like, when she was being lowered into the box, I had a deep primal urge to get in the box with her. Yeah. And it's just like, so he's clearly really exercising like, you know, these really deep feelings and personal feelings, and you do get that in the film, and you just do get it also in, I think, a late Cronenberg cheap digital style and performance style that I think
strangely funny and purposely so for the most part. I think
it's a funny movie, and because he's also a funny guy. When he did the Q&A, it was like I don't think he made a single sentence where he didn't try to end it on some kind of joke. Like, he seems like he wants to be funny, but yeah, there are some people I think who, similarly to maybe even with Crimes of the Future, might find it the specific kind of digital uncanny late style that he's in like a little off-putting. I actually think that it's sometimes frequently like, I find in Crimes of the Future it's incredibly rewarding, and it actually helps that. I like the way that movie looks, that film. This one I had a little bit more trouble getting some of my way into, just because I was waiting for the conspiratorial element in Crimes of the Future is actually sort of a bit of a cathartic genre experience. It actually does climb the ranks of like an actual political conspiracy, and it goes to some violent places. And with The Shrouds, it's more like the conspiracy is more humorous, and it's more like this guy is looking for anything that can replace this thing that he's lost, and you know his life has been severed and he's looking for any kind of answer to it, and the answers are like Guy Pearce as like an insane dude being like our AI tech bro world with Russians and the Chinese, and and people were just kind of laughing at him in the theater. And then you also have the Diane Kruger who's playing both his dead wife and like I think like her twin sister, and she gets like horny about conspiracies, whereas at a certain point they're telling each other different conspiracy theories and being like, now let's fuck.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter
it's
which
bizarre.
one. It's such a strange movie.
For me, it was like, I think only Cronenberg heads are really going to appreciate this and his sense of humor, because it is, I found it funny, but it's a very specific sense of humor that I think people could misconstrued and say like, this is bad, like it's so bad it's good or something like that. And I don't think so. I really do think that most of this is on purpose. It's just, it is very bizarre in moments, and you're unsure of like, you're a little unsure of tone every once in a while. But then, like for instance, when it gets into the convoluted reveal of what is happening, you actually have Vincent like Cassell responding with, "What the fuck is going on?" Like, so it's clear
and
that
everyone laughed.
Yes.
And it was funny. Like it was designed to be funny.
So I think most of this,
and also I don't know that bit
If not
too
all
at the very beginning when he is on a date and he owns a restaurant connected to the high tech cemetery where he offers the shroud camera technology where you can look at your loved one's corpse via an app. It's all it's a little lo-fi technophobia stuff is actually quite funny too.
The AI girl and everything.
But the AI girl is very
so
funny.
funny.
And it turns into a creepy bit where the AI girl like becomes his mutilated wife at one point too, where they're like chopping
and that
her
is
body
weird
and
because
stuff.
it is funny, but it's dark and it's strange and it just feels
it's
uncanny.
off-putting. The same way when he's having dinner with that woman or whatever, and he's like, "Do you want to see my wife?" And he literally walks her out to the cemetery and shows her high-res camera photography inside of it decomposing, and just the woman's reaction of being like, "This is your first date, huh?"
Yeah, like I'm gone. I think I don't need this.
Yeah, but it is also, you can tell it's coming from a place of like, it took him time to move on and figure out, and maybe he also didn't even do it in a healthy way.
Yeah. And maybe he thinks like there is parts of grief that make us do bizarre things that end up being, from an outside perspective, probably funny. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think he's capturing something really unique.
It is a very specific type of grief I've never seen put on screen before, and it's very Cronenberg-y. The first line of the movie is, "Grief is rotting your teeth."
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know, so yeah, I think a lot of people will, if you're a big Cronenberg head, I doubt that you won't find things of interest in here. I do feel like I need to give it another go. No, just knowing what it is. I think I went in expecting something more like Crimes of the Future, and it's quite different.
Yeah, very different. I mean, it's funny. It's literally, it's a comedy.
Well, and Crimes of the Future had like funny stuff.
Oh, for sure, but I wouldn't call it a comedy. You know what I mean? I would call The Shrouds a comedy, personally. It's consistently funny. It's strangely funny. So yeah.
Yeah, we're at the point where we really just, I think, have like the last five. So we're just gonna hammer them out. We're gonna fucking rip through them. So one that I'll bring up, because I think it's the last one I did that Jamie didn't get to do, was Caught by the Tides, which was the new Tjahjanto film, who is the really, really acclaimed Chinese filmmaker. Who did movies like Pickpocket and Platform and A Touch of Sin and like Ashes Pure as White. He's a filmmaker who I always make time for because his movies don't typically get much play in Canada outside of a film festival setting. So sometimes it's the only way you'll ever see him in a theater. And he has an amazing style of, you know, the way that he mixes like guerrilla sort of neorealist docufiction shooting style and incorporates non-actors, but also the really harsh real life location rubble of like, you know, a sort of working class Chinese life. And so many of his movies are focused on the sort of Chinese, the sort of cultural revolution, and an older generation who believes in, you know, Chinese traditions and work versus the kids who are much more inclined to the westernization of culture in China, which is the introduction of Western fashion and pop music and all this stuff. So many of his movies, for me, part of the appeal, it's like a sad dude who is smoking in a canto pop like karaoke club or something like that, and he's being like, China has changed, I can't, and it sounds reductive, but like so many of his movies are, like that in some way. And like, like a movie like Pickpocket, it was all there from the very first movie. And he's done this kind of movie a lot of times. And I went into Caught by the Tides very excited. And I will confess I was a little bit taken aback by it because 85% of the movie is actually a remix of his other movies.
Okay, yeah.
He's actually using other
I
different
definitely
takes.
wouldn't have gotten it then. It's a good thing I didn't even watch it, to be honest.
I know, because I got out of it and I immediately went, good thing Jamie had like another thing that he was interested in at the same time and we didn't, because I was like, it's not a great introduction to him. I think this one, similarly what we just said about the Shrouds, is like for the heads. So that's why I was still able to get something out of it. It's a lot of use of the movie Unknown Pleasures and a lot of the use of the movie Still Life, for anyone who is familiar with those ones, about the really young alienated kids. And then Still Life is about the Three Gorges dam that decimated all of these villages and stuff like that. Has beautiful documentary footage of like what the water looks like in these like buildings, dilapidated buildings and stuff. And in this one, he literally uses like silent film intertitles to make those two movies and like unused takes from those movies into like a different movie, and to do the passage of time and stuff like that. And I wasn't complaining much because I personally really love those movies, but I also went, man, it's like an hour and 10 minutes and I don't think there's been like new footage yet from him. And so that was part of my kind of interaction with the movie. But I will say when he gets to the third act too, it's like a post-COVID thing where these two characters from those previous versions of China who were like looking for each other, and it's about a woman looking for her husband and all of that, who runs away. And they find each other as like old people in a grocery store in like COVID times, and the old guys are dealing with, he's so interested in just technology and modernization, and he even throws in like the old guy seeing an old guy in China who becomes a TikTok guy, and then he sees like there's a joke robot who lives in the mall and starts like telling her jokes and stuff like that. And it just it was a bit experimental and crazy for me for like a 9 a.m. press screening brain. Especially too when he's doing like crazy dance clubbing pounding sequences over some of his old footage and stuff.
It was like 9:30 and you're just hearing
it was pounding. Yeah, I was like, can the other theaters hear this? I was like, so either way, if you're a big Tjahjanto head, you're gonna get a lot out of this. If you're not, I actually would recommend becoming one before you watch it. So. Yeah, but that was cool. And oh shit, I realized. Sorry, I have also I guess this double feature is the ones I saw Jamie didn't see. I forgot this one. Heretic.
I wish I saw this one.
Which is honestly, I had a blast with it. It's directed by the guys who wrote A Quiet Place and have since become directors in their own right. They did the movie Haunt, which we covered on the bonus transmission in 2019 and saw some good stuff in. And then they did that Adam Driver movie 65, which I don't think we ended up liking, but there's some cool stuff in it. Like these guys are good at coming up with, I think, a basic thriller scenario. And this, for me, was quite easly the best thing that they had directed in terms of the look of it. It's shot by Chung Chung-hoon, who is the cinematographer of Old Boy. And also like The Handmaiden and Stoker, and more recently he's been getting hired for like big studio projects that don't look as good. But he is a very, very gifted cinematographer, and here he does something that anyone who really liked that movie recently, Barbarian, I think will get something out of this. But it is Hugh Grant as essentially this like creepy, almost like Hansel and Gretel fairy tale like atheist character who welcomes in two Mormon girls, one played by I think it is Sophie Thatcher, and then Chloe East, who, for anyone who liked The Fabelmans, was the sort of like crazy Christian girlfriend in The Fabelmans. And I learned at the Q&A that actually both of those girls were raised in Mormon homes.
Oh, so they knew the part.
I think that's why they're actually so good at what they're doing here. But yeah, they're just like two young girls. One's like more of a believer than the other one, and they both come into Hugh Grant's place trying to like convert him, thinking that he signed up for like I'm interested, bring me your paperwork or whatever kind of thing. And it really does turn into just an absolutely ridiculous thriller where he is going to entrap them. And it turns into a series of kind of ideological and philosophical debates of like belief as control, and where he basically takes pleasure in the fact that they are clearly by being Mormon girls, they're quite impressionable and they're quite polite. And he keeps guiding the conversation to be like, oh, do you want to have like some of my wife's pie? Do you want to come deeper into the house? Do you want to come deeper into the house, until he has them in? And then he basically turns into, and I promise this is not a joke, it is like Jigsaw meets Richard Dawkins. He's like an epic smart guy atheist who's like, I'm gonna debunk every belief that you have.
He was my annoying 20-year-old self.
Yes, and I'm going, and he did. Hugh Grant, I have to say, is excellent. The way that he plays his affably charming like register that he does in rom-coms, but he does it in this like I'm smarter than you like creep kind of way. And the way that he also goes, now you're gonna go through a series of like subterranean, almost like traps and games. And each game is to prove to you conceptually that your belief is like wrong. And that's what and I won't spoil the rest of it because it has lots of tricks up its sleeve about how deep that. I'm comparing it to Barbarian because it does go deeper. It does get a little tiny bit of a monster movie component. It does get into a whole bunch of dungeon stuff. And yeah, just really, really beautifully shot as well. And so when that eventually comes out, I think people, our listeners, are definitely going to be down for I can't wait. Down for that kind of thing. But we've only got 3 more.
Yeah, we promise. Thank you for sticking with us.
And we to be fair, actually, we have left some big ones too.
Yeah.
So I think the next one we'll take a look at here, Hard Truths, which was the new Mike Leigh movie. And this wasn't your first Mike Leigh, right? You had done like Naked before, right?
Naked. Yes, Naked. I think that's the only other one I did.
Yeah, but yeah, this was a really nice drama. Well, I guess really nice drama. Really,
it's like at first it appears as if it's going to be very funny throughout, and then it's interesting because her character, it's like as you get further into her headspace and more interactions that she has that are always confrontational, you're realizing that she's actually in a very sad, lonely, desperate place for connection, and this is the reason that she's arguing with everybody all the time. It's like, this is the only time I get to actually feel a connection with a human being. And it is funny at first because she's like, basically she just is a woman that is, you do learn about her past and some reasons of why this is, but she's a woman that is incredibly difficult to be around just because she's constantly confrontational.
She's literally one of the most miserable, bitter characters, like in a confrontational way, and it's played by Marianne Jean-Baptiste, who is someone who collaborated with Mike Leigh in the 90s on one of his, I think his Palme d'Or winning movie, Secrets and Lies, which was like a huge acclaimed movie for him. And in that movie, she has range. She's so nice in that movie.
Oh, wow.
She's
amazing.
She's the woman who in that movie is like looking for her adoptive mother passes away, and she becomes obsessed with kind of finding her biological mother. And then she finds out that her biological mother is a white woman, and that there's a whole history and a whole nother family in there that she, has to wrestle with. Oh, wow. And it turns into this really, really cool dynamic, and especially in that way that Mike Leigh loves to do with his style, which for anyone who is unfamiliar, like Mike Leigh, he used to have his movies called directed and devised, not written and directed, because his mode of making movies is that he comes up with an idea for a character. He'll say, like, I want to find the most miserable and bitter woman of all time, and I want to put her in a sort of like a modern, disruptive family unit and see, what we can do with that. And then what he does is he brings the actors in. He has them bring personal research or personal history that maybe they have, and they improvise and come up with the characters together. And then from there, he writes the script. Yeah. And so as a result, the performances are so naturalistic, painfully naturalistic. You feel like you're watching like a raw human being that it's uncomfortable. Yeah. You want to look away from it. So what Mike Leigh is incredibly skilled at, and this whole movie is this woman berating her husband, berating her son, berating her sister, berating any service working employee, anyone who comes into her in ways that are so funny that you go, I enjoy watching her, and the way she'll go on a rant, and she'll like it's actually unbelievable the way that the rant, no one will speak, and she will find something and she'll keep going, well, I'm annoyed about this, and then I can't believe they did that, and she keeps going and going.
And the best part of it is because she's just finding one thing to connect to the other. They do come off as disconnected, which is part of the humor, part of the sadness later on, but part of the humor. Like, she'll be going off, and then all of a sudden she'll just be like, and why do babies have pockets? What do they need pockets for? And like, it's just, you're like, girl, just relax. Holy hell. Like, but there's so much humanity in it as the character gets,
and she'll contradict
undressed.
herself. She'll be like, I hate the idea that people like even like take like have pets and they take their pets places. That's so stupid. Like obviously there's nothing that brings people joy more in life than seeing another pet while they're walking around. They're like, oh, look at that good boy, you know? Like, and so
she's
the
like,
fact that
"Fuck
she,
that dog."
the fact that she hates that, but then she'll be like, well, and then I see them put their dogs in a coat, and like, dog, what do you need a coat for? It's got fur, and also it can't breathe in there. You're abusing that pet. But before she was saying, why do you even have a pet? I hate pets. Like, she goes on these just rants and trains of thoughts and fast talking, antisocial, just hostility that it's a whirlwind and you can't believe it. And then over the course of the movie, you do sort of realize that this rudeness, which is very British style rudeness, is a symptom of a quieter and more complicated kind of unspoken history that she's dealing with, that I think Mike Leigh very deliberately leaves kind of hanging in the air and kind of ambiguous in a way that you're just kind of left to wrestle with it. And I found it, her performance, and even the performance also of her sister, is so sad. Like, they have a graveyard scene where they go and visit their mom, and they bring up some of the history of maybe one of them found the mom's body and resents the other one for not experiencing
and then
that
one
with
had
them.
more of a responsibility to take care of the other, so that was a burden in some regard, especially just growing up and learning about yourself. You have to be a mother as well.
But the two households and how diametrically opposed they are in just love in the air. And that whereas the sister and her daughters are so, they're living professional lives and they're so pleasant, and then you have, her husband and son are so berated by her, they don't even bother to argue.
They're emotionless now.
Because it is a circular thing. Like, it is like she would find a way to twist anything that you said, so they just...
Yeah, and it's so sad. Because then it's just a further digging. No one's actually communicating. She comes off like she is, but that's her way of desperately finding any connection that she no longer has. So it's very sad, but it is, honestly, the first 45 minutes are hilarious, and then the last 45 minutes are some of the saddest shit I've ever seen. So it's got a good mix, and I do want to dive into more of Leigh.
And there's a great line where the sister just goes like, "Why can't you enjoy life?" And she just goes like, I don't know.
Yeah. Like, I'm trying to figure it out.
And it's
like,
so horrible. And the fact that she's so, at that point, like, kind of hateable. And but then you also go, oh, that's...
I don't want
like,
this for you.
This has, like, I wish she didn't have to be this way, And it's really beautiful. So if any Mike Leigh drama heads, you got another good one on the way. We got two more here. And we got some two
5 minutes each.
Two heavy headers. We got it. We can do it. Believe in us. The big one, both big ones, to be honest. Big one for us that we were really excited about was the Sean Baker film Nora, because we really like Sean Baker, director of Tangerine, The Florida Project, and recently Red Rocket, which was on our top. It was actually maybe in our top 5 of the year when it came out in 2021.
Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure it was my favorite comedy of that year. Even though it's got some other thorniness, but it is mostly a comedy.
Yeah, and he's once again returning. He's returning to his chosen subject of kind of like the subculture of like sex workers and like street hustlers, and he's very into these kinds of characters ever since Tangerine, and I mean, I guess in Florida Project too. It's like in the motel, and then with Red Rocket, it's a little bit more of a confrontational version of that kind of hustling character. Yeah. For a lot of people, I think this is going to be this won the Palme d'Or. So it was very highly anticipated, obviously. I think people will be a little surprised at actually how it's a Sean Baker movie through and through. It has all of his staples. It's got a lot of mainstream appeal. It's got a lot of like populist appeal. Like, I think that's actually probably why he won the Palme d'Or, and why when this gets a theatrical release, I don't know if it'll make a lot of money in its theatrical run, but this is
because
like
it feels a little less thorny. I showed my brothers Red Rocket, and they loved it. They thought it was hilarious and everything, and they still were able to wrestle with the thorniness of like him dealing with some underage girls and stuff like that. But this feels like it doesn't challenge you in that same regard. Like, most of these characters, like there's none of that weird moral thing where I was like, I like this guy, but he's also a total fucking piece of shit. A lot of this is a little bit more of like, it's almost slapstick at a certain point, you know, like with its comedy.
I jokingly said when we left the theater that I was like Sean Baker's The Hangover.
Yeah. And it's kind of
like it is like a kind of conventional studio comedy situation, which is that she is a sort of like New York prostitute who gets into you know, a little bit of like a Cinderella story where she marries the son of a Russian oligarch who comes to her strip club, and then kind of she becomes like his sort of like personal escort for a little while and goes to his parties, and she is actually having a very enjoyable time. And then he says, will you marry me so I don't have to get pulled back to Russia, so I can have like American citizenship? And she agrees to do it. And then the back half of the movie, which where I was reminded of The Hangover, it's literally like a run all night comedy of like the Russian sort of like almost like mobster style henchmen coming after her, the parents coming after her, and they're retracing their steps to get this marriage annulled because they are. And the thing that's, I guess, really notable about this movie is it stars this actress Mikey Madison. People might recognize her as the woman who gets burned to death in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and gets burned to death at the end of Scream 5. Yeah.
Both of which she gets to have like a completely, like, she's a firecracker of a performer.
And that's exactly what he wanted out of her. Like, she's so well cast. I mean, I watched both of those movies and I left both of them. She made an impression in the few bits of screen time that she had. Even Scream 5, which I didn't even like. She's great. And she and her going psycho mode in the finale of it is like a huge appeal.
I even remembered I spoke to you when we were watching it. I was like, I think this might be the Matthew Lillard spin, because we've already kind of seen her go from we've seen her crazy in the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and then she was playing the more conventional, funny, whatever teenager in Scream 5. But I'm like, if anyone she was hot, if that they hired is going to do it, it's going to be her. And sure enough, she gets the scene, and I was very happy about that.
She nails it. And yeah, here she is she's completely magnetic as the like trash talking like New York stripper who, you know, is literally just like swept off her feet by like this spoiled brat, like Russian kid basically. And she goes on like a week-long, like glamorous, like Vegas party week dream with him. And it's very nice and it's pretty, shot on film. It's, you know,
they do that kind of stupid young, we're in quote unquote love now because we've had these experiences together and all of that.
And she's so funny the way that she just like takes control of any, you know, specific sort of like room that she's in or stuff like that. And that's when they realize, when they get into the situation where they have to be antagonistic towards her because they were like, yeah, you fucked up, you shouldn't have married this kid, and we are literally going to like kidnap you and make you annul this marriage. And the joke of the movie is that they are not ready for her. She's like, the things that I am a very tough, and I am a very like vulgar, and I am a very, you know, and there's a whole lot of reasons I am. It's because I have to survive a certain class level in New York. And I have, you know, and to be able to do that and excel at it requires me to have a lot of skills they aren't prepared for her to have. And it is hilarious. Like the second half of the movie of her just like dealing with all of these characters, including, I think the relationship with the two Russian guys is maybe henchmen guys are the absolute funniest, because they think that they're just like, hey, chill out. They actually get they are scared of her at a certain point. They are
to the point like she does a bunch of things where she physically fights back, you know, and there's some harm that happens their way, and then you get convinced that she is able of defending herself, at least to a certain extent, and they play into that by like another character being introduced, and he's about to do the same thing they just did, and they're like, no, don't do that, trust me, she's gonna fucking kick your ass. And it's hilarious, and it really builds her character as strong and confident. But what I do like about the movie is that it does eventually get into some more realistic scenarios where it's like this family, although she is a challenger for them, they are rich as hell. They have all the power in the world.
They could easily ruin her life.
They are going to eventually overpower her in some way, shape, or form. It's just the way the class struggle kind of is dealt with, unfortunately. But again, the movie never makes her feel weak or anything like that. She is a constant. It is a constant equal back and forth a lot of the time, which you wouldn't think would happen. And I'm not going to get into spoilers, but even when, you know, things eventually turn out the way they do, it's a realistic, but it's also still I think a triumphant moment for her still. There is an ending that I particularly really do like, it's a little bit subtle the way that they go about it, but I think it's and again, we're talking around it because I don't want to spoil these things, but I thought it was a beautiful, very funny film, and she's so you see one side of her until a very intimate moment in the end in which everything else turns into kind of a question of like how much of this was a performance from her, and that I thought that was beautiful and sad,
and how stressful it must be to like constantly have to be being a confident, you know, almost animalistically being like, I'm going to take what's mine and I'm going to maintain my position.
Because she even has to do that at the club in a smaller way, where it's like every male that she interacts with that's buying her getting a dance from her or whatever.
Let's get you to the ATM, honey, or whatever she says too.
She has these ways of just like being kind and likable, but also you know that she's working and she's working people and everything. It's a really complex and amazing character, and I loved it.
That's a really, really well done character, really, really well done performance, and yeah, shout out to the one actor in it, Yuri Borisov, who plays. He's the nice Russian guy. He gets so many perfectly deployed reaction faces to her that are just unbelievable, because he just cannot believe that this woman is still maneuvering the way that she is. And it starts out in a very antagonistic, like literally he has to physically restrain her, and she needs to like she screams some crazy shit. She fucking they get into a crazy physical altercation where she basically decides that he's a creepy Russian henchman, sadistic rapist almost, and then she's like, and then as the movie goes on, you can see that he's just so in awe, so struck by her, so impressed. And he slowly just goes, you know what? I don't really like the Russian family either. And she's kind of right. You guys should apologize.
There's so many great comedy beats that are honestly subtle of him just like starting to accept her, and also starting.
He comes from a similar class background, I think, is the implication too. And he sees that, you know, she's doing, you know, she's working.
And he recognizes that the family is completely fucked up. There's some great bits with it, but and I want to I'll do this very briefly because I did almost miss one. To a Land Unknown, directed by Maddin, I believe. It's about two guys, friends, that are saving to pay for fake passports to get out of Athens. And essentially, it's just a story about what they are willing to do in order to get out of that circumstance that they're in. It really does. You'll like it. It's sad. And,
nice. I do like some misery.
Yes, and it kind of is compact, like, or contained in an apartment a lot of the time. There's parts where he's like out in the city and everything, but what they have to do, at a certain point, it requires them to be in this kind of contained space. And I won't get into too many spoilers because it is kind of a slow build on purposely. They kind of build the relationship with the two and just understanding why they are willing to do what they're about to do to get out of there. And then it turns into something else a little bit by the end in some regard. And I really took to it. I did like it. So I would recommend it whenever it comes out. I don't know about this one's release, but who knows, you know. To a Land Unknown, though.
Cool. All right. Well, I think we have one last big one. We didn't actually intend to make this the last one, but it is actually the big boy. It is the one of the big movies of the festival. It also played Venice, where it won the Best Director award at Venice. And we're recording this actually before they announced the TIFF awards, so who knows? Maybe it also wins something at TIFF too. I don't know. This is going to get a lot of buzz. It's directed by Brady Corbet. It is called The Brutalist. It is getting a lot of buzz because, one, it is a 3.5 hour long drama shot on VistaVision 35mm film.
Yeah, it looks like it's completely out of a different era.
It has an overture, it has an intermission, it has grand aspirations of being like the great American novel. The way that you talk about, the way it talks about history, the way it talks about the, you know, a specific, in this case, it's, I was reminded, and because you'll see a lot of people, there were a lot of people coming out of the first Venice Festival being like, we finally have a new Godfather, folks. And I was like, okay, let's relax a little bit. Yeah. But I did leave the movie making my own kind of comparisons where I went, hopefully that doesn't hype it up too much for people. And I got a lot of Paul Thomas Anderson out of this. Specifically, I was thinking There Will Be Blood and The Master, just because there's a connection here of
The Master, especially for me.
The Master for the dynamic. Well, and both of them have the two-hander dynamic, but the Master, I guess, in the exploitative dynamic and the power dynamic between those two characters, rather than the more like confrontational like hatred. It's more of like there is something of a friendship, but there's a power and a financial aspect to it that makes it, and a historical element that makes it a little different. And so that's what it shares with those movies, that there's a grand American history backdrop, because in There Will Be Blood, obviously he's got the oil and the religion. In The Master, he's got, well, I guess religion again with the Scientology element, but then also the sort of war element. And in this one, you have Adrian Brody as a Hungarian architect named Laszlo Toth, who is kind of representative of the Jewish immigrant Holocaust survivor kind of foreign artist experiment. A lot of people are comparing it obviously to his performance in The Pianist, where he played another Holocaust survivor. And the movie, the performance of the movie, though, that Jamie and I can't stop thinking about is the opposing side of this, which is in the Philip Seymour Hoffman role, I guess, in The Master, if you're making the comparison, is Guy Pearce. He's so good. He plays this wealthy businessman named Harrison Lee Van Buren, who basically hires this Holocaust survivor to build a Christian community center. And he ends up kind of serving as like, why is this really famous architect in Europe, like shoveling coal, and why is he living this horrible sort of class experience, having come over on the boat? It turns into this, like, it's very friendly, and Guy Pearce plays it very charming until he is suddenly like the monstrous face of American capitalist exploitation and like tradition.
And what I love about the way that they introduce Guy Pearce, in really, I guess, because anytime Guy Pearce is on screen, for the most part, he's interacting with Adrian Brody, because that is kind of the central focus a lot of the time.
Yeah, is Adrian Brody in like every scene?
I think he is.
He might be in
almost everyone, if not. Yeah.
God damn, and it's a long.
Oh god,
movie.
it was work. That's for sure. The dude's doing work. But yeah, Guy Pearce comes in, and he's the very first time that you see him, he is completely just livid and angry and screaming at everybody, and completely uncontrolled. It doesn't feel calculated. It just feels like, it's kind of upsetting to watch. And then immediately after, he has a scene where he just goes, "That was unbecoming of me. I apologize." And you can tell how calculated it is. But then because of the power dynamic,
I find conversing with you intellectually stimulating.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's so
and you just have Adrian Brody and his Hungarian accent, like,
and the beauty is that it's not like Adrian Brody's character is being tricked by him in any regards. It's just the power dynamic. He's being hired by this guy, and he's gonna make his monument, and it's I just love
and also how he originally mistreats him and doesn't understand the library that he builds for him, that his son hires to build for him. But then all of the people who know things about architecture and art declare his library like a postmodernist like masterpiece of design. And then he goes, okay, well, clearly I need to go find that guy. Because
and it's not until like he's being told, like, it's like he has this.
He doesn't have his
idea
own taste. He just has money.
Exactly. He's just being told what is good, and that is what he'll latch on to. And every interaction is so calculated. Everything is so. But what's the genius of Guy Pearce is that you can tell that his character and the way that he's performing it wholeheartedly is like it's almost like he doesn't, I guess, really believe it, because he is bullshitting a little bit, but he delivers it with such confidence and gusto, and it's just incredible to watch somebody be almost so good at performing for someone and manipulating that they're almost even believing it a little bit, until the emotions spew out of him and he becomes who he really is, which is just like a vitriolic, like, horrible human being.
Horrible, hateful, like pretty racist guy. Like the one of the things that we've talked about that we like a lot about his performance is that it's Guy Pearce in a very charming, like almost like 50s Mad Men kind of like register, and then he'll just suddenly leak out like a detail where you're like, that was really ugly, dude. Did you just really say that?
And then he'll move on like it was nothing. Like he doesn't register that at all.
Yeah, well, and obviously you have Adrian Brody's character who is wrestling with his. Corbet himself has described it as, a character who flees fascism and discovers capitalism, and so it's a character who, when he gets over on the boat, it's done in this bravura camera work where the camera spins around like the Statue of Liberty as he arrives in this like chaotic like I've arrived, but then he gets
it's so much larger than him.
They incorporate details where he gets like addicted to opium because he broke his nose on the trip over, and that plays a role through the entire movie. Then he uses Guy Pearce's contacts to help bring his like wife and niece over to actually help them escape Europe and this kind of stuff. So there's a conditional financial desperation that the architect character goes through, and Guy Pearce is the answer to all of that, but it is kind of doing a little bit of like a deal with the devil.
Yes.
And it is something that comes with, you are going to be part of a larger history and system of like American machinery, and there's these incredible montages of the way he of just building, going from his drawing blueprints to going to the actual filling of like the cement, or and just the score and the grandiosity of it all.
Yeah, and all of this is only going to happen if you make like a incredible sacrifice, really. Like he's going to make this incredible modern postmodern church or whatever, and we won't get into spoilers, but what he has to go through in order to do that is harrowing. And there is a moment that I think is pretty blunt that I have been wrestling with, but we've talked about it, and again, it's a big spoiler, so I don't want to say it, but I do think the way that he shoots it and the way that he goes about it by the end, when there is the confrontation about it, is brilliant. So yeah,
the movie kind of walks the line of being, in some cases, like incredibly, extremely unsubtle in its metaphor about the ugly cruelty of like what a wealthy anti-Semitic businessman and the sort of the ownership and the possessiveness he has over a foreign artist who he has power over, and it does get very blunt, and it's actually one of the few moments that reminded me of the other Brady Corbet movies, because I kind of have a bit of a mixed history with him, where like I like him, and I've actually pretty much liked all three movies that he's done. But I have found them very overeager to declare himself an auteurist master. Yeah, and it's because he has good taste in obviously like in films in general. And he was an actor first, and he worked with like fucking Michael Haneke, and he worked with I'm gonna look this up again, because I remember telling Jamie about this list, and it was stupid. It was like there are very few actors who have the level of taste. It was like Greg Araki, Lars von Trier. What's his name? Ruben Ostlund. Yeah. Like it's crazy. Like and Bertrand Bonello for Saint Laurent. I almost forgot about that one. So like
Ron Howard.
Yeah, Ron Howard, the boy. He's worked with a lot of great, and as a result, his movies are very confidently directed, and they're very visually operatic and experimental. And for me, the style has actually been very good and beautiful and really well directed. And for all three movies, it was the previous movies, I feel like his ideas didn't catch up with how the bravura camera work. And like the first one was like a tantrum throwing upbringing of like a kid who becomes a fascist. And the ending of the movie actually uses the same camera work as the Statue of Liberty sequence in this in a really cool way. Okay. And then the other one, Vox Lux, was it had to do with like the American pop star machine and like school shootings and all this stuff, and some of the actual political ideas and things he's bringing up, you don't know if they cohere together. So this for me was like one of the first times where his ideas actually caught up with the form and the architecture, and this is a very architecturally minded movie in how it's structured. And I mean, for anyone who knows anything about brutalism, like it is a movie or a movement, sorry, about like structural honesty, and it was as a result, it was the post-war reconstruction model, because of it was just raw materials. Mm-hmm. And they had a lot of these leftover raw materials from a war. So it's a really cool idea to make this character who just experienced a war part of the literal reconstruction process of the brutalism movement, while also being like, I need to like reconstruct my own identity. I need to reconstruct my own psychology. I need to reconstruct and in the end, this monument he's building, he becomes so obsessed with it and continuing this deal, even though he knows that it's like, this guy is an anti-Semitic monster who actually doesn't even appreciate his artistry, really. Yeah. He just enough tastemakers in America say that it's good, that he goes, okay. Yeah. And he clearly thinks he has ownership over him and thinks that he's like a fucking, at one point he even calls him like a, you know, he deserves to be persecuted or something like that because he's just such an ugly idiot or something. I can't remember exactly what he says, but like he's just a very hateful guy, and he's willing to use that guy's money to build this monument of the resilience of the Jewish people, of like, I am going to.
And by the end, it really does become this like this generational sacrifice, but also redemption in a way too, which is very interesting. And I wish we could spoil it in a way because I want to talk about the final scene, but it's amazing. I'll say that. And
yeah, there's some really great stuff, and also just worth noting again, shot on 35mm VistaVision. We saw it actually blown up on a 70mm print, and with the intermission and everything, and you think it sounds pretentious that you're like, this guy's trying to declare himself like, I've made a new Lawrence of Arabia or something, and I don't think it's like at that level. Some people might. There's a lot of people who saying it is. I don't think it quite got there for me, but I do think that this is the first one of his movies to earn that in terms of the subject matter and the performances, the characters, the level of detail we can't even get into. But like, we spent the whole movie for like after the movie, for an hour after the movie, and then even the next morning when we got up, and we were like, how that detail connected to that detail, and no, the accumulation of historical detail and the sustaining of pace through montage and music, and it really is a decade and a half long saga that feels informed by a lot of history that he cares about a lot. And obviously he's a guy who cares a lot about construction and architecture, and honestly, he even said that his relationship to being an artist and with money, that was something he thought a lot about. And then the Jewish immigrant experience, and you know, the American mythology of the American dream, and all of these things kind of cohered into one big thing. And yeah, he's a little overeager to maybe say, I've made the new Godfather, or I've made the new There Will Be Blood. But he gets closer to that than you might think.
And I was definitely questionable about it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we both went in a little hesitant about it, especially because I was like, I've seen his two movies and they were both like 3s for me. So this one was like, no, this is his best movie, and the hype it's getting is.
Yep, I completely agree. Everyone will be checking this
and more
one
people
out.
need to make a movie that looks like it was like shot in the 1950s.
Yeah, I love this. I think
it's beautiful.
We were discussing that.
He says apparently under $10 million, which if so, fuck you.
And if so, then what have we been doing with the $50 million and $250 million movies? Like, what the hell? If a movie can look like this for 10 mil, I don't know what we've been doing. It's absolutely insane. And I remember us talking about it on one of the shows. I can't remember the episode, but it was like we were kind of questioning, like, why don't sometimes filmmakers use like, and I'm sure they do. It's just not
just
as
use the old
obvious,
lenses, use the old formats.
Yeah, and it truly looks like it's out of a different era, and I was completely impressed by that. I loved it. So yeah, but it did take me some time to wrestle with. It's complex and dense.
Yeah, that is our TIFF 2024 experience. We saw a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I hope your watch lists are full now, I'm sure. Holy hell.
Yeah, go check them out. We at some point in the future, when some of these come out, we might actually be tasked with doing, I guess, a bonus transmission on.
Yeah, some of them I'd like to, because it's like I even had the urge while we were doing this to like talk more, but I'm like, we're already at 4 hours. We need to wrap it up.
Yeah, we need to wrap it up here. But it was a great experience.
I loved it.
Shout out to everyone who we got drinks with us and got food with
everyone
us.
I got to meet for finally after years of
there were a lot of podcast guests that we finally got to introduce Jamie to.
Yeah,
and
very grateful for the entire experience. And honestly, I can't wait to do it next year if we get to. I mean, this was sick. This is gonna be like my favorite time of the year now if we get to. So yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of movies, and it did make us think about the fact that this is the way that the review industry works, is that you have to berate your brain with like 4 or 5 movies a day. And something like The Brutalist, I feel like I really needed to just like, I needed to have a day.
Yeah. And it's strangely enough, doing this, when you watch like 4 or 5 movies in a row like this, it does also challenge you to kind of you learn about yourself and like what does tick with you or click with you and the exhaustion of it. It's like after
on just an immediately viscerally pleasing kind of way, rather than having the time to
and
sit with it and talk about it.
It kind of does define a good movie in some sense of like when you see 3 movies before the 4th one and your brain's kind of like all right, here we go for the fourth movie, and it's still able to impress you and engage you and everything like that, it does feel significant compared to just, all right, here's my one movie of the day or whatever. So it was a very strange and cool and amazing experience.
And now we get to be the people everyone has the contrarian take against. Because
go ahead and yell at us,
we
baby.
set the precedent. Now we're very excited for everyone to watch all of these movies in like the next 2 to 6 months. And everyone goes, what the fuck were those festival idiots thinking? That is actually a giant piece of shit. They should kill themselves.
I can't wait. It's going to be my first experience of that. I can't wait. So stoked.
So, yeah, Jamie gets to set the bar that everyone reacts to and has fun being like,
I'm a tastemaker,
I'm actually
baby.
the only smart person who's ever watched a movie before. So,
Oh, man.
enjoy. Have fun doing it up.
Yes.
But that is going to wrap it up, I think, for this week's episode on our first ever Toronto International Film Festival special. Hopefully, once again, we do get to do it again at some point. For our listeners, I mean, I guess I don't really need to see that. We don't have a guest on this week's episode. You're all our listeners. We are going to be back in 1 week's time I'm just opening it up here because I actually don't even remember. Why is this taking so
our
long?
brains have been melted by all the movies we've watched.
Yeah, we've been going a little hard here. Oh my God, I just remembered what it is. Oh boy.
Thank God we have a week off.
We're taking a week off and then we're coming back. Yes, cohering with or timing with the release of actually one of the movies we talked about today, which is Megalopolis, the Francis Ford Coppola film, which Jamie and I were a little baffled by in both good and bad ways. We are going to be doing a Francis Ford Coppola episode where we are going to be talking about the previous times that he has put a lot of his own reputation and finances on the line to make a grand epic and the varying results of what he got from that. Because one, we're going to be talking about Apocalypse Now, largely considered probably, if not, it's hard to say his best movie because you're the guy who made The Godfather and Godfather Part 2, but it is like considered one of the best movies ever, as well as his other ones, alongside his other ones. And we're going to be pairing that with One from the Heart, which is his follow-up movie right after that famously bankrupted his company and made him have to do Godfather Part 3 to pay debts back.
And maybe why he got so mad over decades and then eventually made Megalopolis.
Well, and what's funny is I realized we're actually between Apocalypse Now and One from the Heart is when he said that Megalopolis was conceived. So we are technically going back to the time frame and state of mind he was in while first coming up with Megalopolis as a kind of accidental result of this pairing.
That will be fascinating. Maybe we'll clarify some things.
It will. I think One from the Heart, you'll watch it and you'll be like, oh, I actually see similarities here. So it's so that's what we're going to be doing in 1 week's time. And then in 2 weeks' time, it's going to be the first episode of Spooktober, which
my favorite
we don't
time of the
know
year.
what it is yet, actually, but we will be hopefully announcing.
It will be a horror movie.
It'll be a horror movie. That's what you can expect. It'll be a whole month of horror movies, as we usually do for the month of October. Look forward to that. But that being said, that wraps it up for everything this week. Thanks so much for listening, and keep it sleazy.
Keep it sleazy, everybody.